Netanyahu backs Trump's Gaza ceasefire plan, proving even international diplomacy has its own buddy system. When two political powerhouses agree on a plan, you know it's either genius or a recipe for disaster. Place your bets, folks.
Ford CEO blames daughter's boyfriend for F-150 disaster, proving love can wreck more than just hearts. When your daughter's boyfriend can total an F-150 with a junk tune, maybe it's time to question your design resilience, Ford.
Lionel Richie celebrates nocturnal life, claims 3 a.m. is the new "Hello, is it me you're looking for?" hour. In an era where billionaires sleep in hyperbaric chambers, Lionel's night owl lifestyle is the real luxury rebellion.
Paramore drops their debut single, Pressure, 20 years ago, and it still outperforms most of today's pop-punk wannabes. When the industry's pressure valve bursts, Paramore's raw energy remains the anthem for every rebel with a cause and a killer hairdo.
Only 30% of voters trust their leaders, and the politicians call it a mandate. It's a classic case of the inmates running the asylum, with a side of ego so large it needs its own zip code.
EU resurrects chat control legislation, claiming it's for safety. Because nothing screams security like a digital nanny peeking over your shoulder while you text your cat memes.
Jesse Waters suggested bombing UNHQ, apologize quietly offline. Because nothing says remorse like whispering oops, where no one can hear you while your echo still reverberates on live TV.
Trump's most embarrassing flunky finally exits, and the spectacle took years. Eric Adams's political saga felt like watching a soap opera where the script was written by a confused AI.
Canada's natural gas prices dive below zero thanks to an export plant's hiccup. Who knew that, in the game of Monopoly, go to jail would be replaced by go negative with a side of Canadian politeness?
Moldova ousts Russian influence, yet still depends on Russian gas for 90% of its energy needs. It's like breaking up with your toxic ex but still crashing on their couch every night. Freedom's just a slogan without the keys to your own place.
Only 53% of voters would blame Republicans for a shutdown, and Congress calls it a bipartisan victory. In the grand theater of American politics, the blame game now comes with popcorn. Watch as they pass the buck faster than a hot potato at a 4th of July picnic.
EPA proposes to cease emissions reporting, calls it transparency. Because nothing says we care about the planet by turning off the lights and pretending the smoke isn't there. The air might not be clean, but at least the letters will be.
Trump's negotiations with Democrats collapse. and the US shutdown looms like the Grim Reaper at a congressional costume party. The only thing more predictable than this stalemate is a rom-com plot, except this one doesn't end with a kiss, just millions of unpaid bills.
Trump Organization to build billion-dollar complex in Saudi Arabia calls it Central Park inspired, because nothing screams authentic New York experience like a luxury oasis in the desert. Who knew the answer to urban sprawl was a mirage of green in the sand?
QAnon shaman sues Trump for $40 trillion. Also targets Musk, T-Mobile, and Warner Bros. In lawsuit. Because when your legal strategy is a fever dream, you might as well aim for a jackpot that rivals the GDP of several nations. Who needs reality when you've got a shamanic vision quest?
Body cam footage captures arrest of UCO's head football coach, showcasing sideline antics in a whole new light. Turns out the playbook doesn't cover what to do when the whistle blows on you. Maybe he should have stuck to touchdowns instead of takedowns.
China's Qingdao port bans old tankers, impacting Russian and Iranian oil, yet claims it's all about safety, not strategy. Looks like safety concerns are the new geopolitical chess moves. Who knew rust and risk could be repurposed as a diplomatic double checkmate?
EA goes private in $55 billion deal, pays shareholders $210 a share to game the system. Looks like EA's ultimate DLC is a buyout by Saudi Arabia and friends. Who knew capitalism had cheat codes?
Only 5% of indie hip-hop tracks break mainstream, yet Smooth Fee stands by his own fire like a lyrical Prometheus. In a world where streaming giants hold the torch, it's refreshing to see someone lighting up their own path, even if it means getting burned.
Madagascar's president dissolves government, then blames youth for demanding a future they were promised. When the kids start asking for accountability, the grown-ups start playing musical chairs with power, hoping the music never stops.
Stan VR hologram debuts at LA Comic-Con, and the tech bros call it resurrection. Because nothing says rest in peace like digital puppetry, brought to you by the same folks who think nostalgia is a business model.
Zach Bryan and John Mayer draw 112,000 fans, proving stadiums can still outscream TikTok. When a country star and a guitar god can fill the big house, maybe there's hope for humanity yet, or just a need for louder amps.
Trump administration demands $50,000 to expedite FOIA lawsuit because transparency is a premium service. In the land of the free, it seems truth is a luxury item and justice comes with a hefty price tag.
EU states unite behind Dutch Chips coalition to push for Chips Act 2.0 because silicon diplomacy is the new black. In this silicon arms race, unity is just another word for who gets the biggest slice of the microchip pie.
Reddit user submits Moby's porcelain, rubs nostalgia onto the internet's porcelain skin. In a world of instant gratification and sonic fast food, sometimes you need a slow-cooked melody to remind you that patience is a virtue.
Azerbaijan promised democratic reforms, then delivered a full-scale dictatorship, because apparently tyranny is the new transparency. When your political pivot turns into a pirouette of power grabs,
US government let piracy site Streamy's return just 13 months after seizing its domain, because who needs follow-through when chaos is free? When your Homeland Security Act is more of a Homeland half measure, it's as if they think digital whack-a-mole is a national pastime.
Netanyahu meets Trump at White House, where two leaders discuss peace by comparing notes on who can build the bigger wall. Expectations are low when two masters of divisive politics meet. It's like a summit on how to outdo each other in alienating allies.
Wealthfront files for IPO, reveals profit drop despite fintech frenzy. When your robo-advisor starts bleeding cash, it's like finding out your AI butler's been secretly pawning the silverware to pay off poker debts.
Library of Congress elevates the Shangri-Las, calls their teenage heartbreak songs a cultural touchstone for emotional rebellion. From leader of the pack to the leader of cultural preservation, these queens of melodrama taught generations to cry with style and defiance.
Russia rejects European Convention Against Torture, claiming self-regulation as a substitute for international oversight. When your PR strategy is "trust us, we've got this," the only thing more tortured than the truth is the logic behind it.
Ecuadorian president's convoy attacked, delivering aid in protest-torn Imbabura. When your humanitarian mission gets ambushed, it's a harsh reminder that sometimes even the good guys are caught in the crossfire of chaos.
Barrick and Newmont swap CEOs as gold peaks at almost $4,000 an ounce, yet workers still dig for breadcrumbs. When the golden goose lays record eggs, the miners get a new shepherd but not a bigger slice of the pie.
When even the mayor jumps ship, you know the cityscape's more Gotham than Gatsby, with a skyline of shattered promises.
Only 10% of Spotify users know death's spiritual healing, and the music industry calls it niche. When a death metal band offers more spiritual healing than a self-help guru, you know the world's priorities are as upside down as a mosh pit.
Anthony Albanese urges UAE supermarket chain to invade Australia, promises to spice up the stale duopoly with a little desert flair. When the PM courts foreign groceries to fix our shopping aisles, it's clear the local giants are about as fresh as last week's bread.
S&P plans to downgrade Electronic Arts to junk status, then blames a $20 billion debt. When a gaming giant becomes a financial cautionary tale, it's like watching Mario leap into a pit of fiscal oblivion.
Trump administration blocks groups from registering voters at naturalization events, ensures newcomers get a taste of democracy by watching from the sidelines. It's a classic American welcome, the land of opportunity where you're free to stand in line but not to join it.
The Breeders released Dancing in the Streets in 2025, a dream pop anthem that promises liberation but delivers existential ennui. It's the soundtrack for our times, dreamy beats to dance away the dread while the world burns a little brighter.
Trump slaps a 100% tariff on foreign-made films, ensuring the only blockbusters are his own campaign ads. Welcome to a cinematic future where the only subtitles you'll see are the ones rewriting history one tariff at a time.
Only 30% of Dutch recycled plastic finds buyers, and new plastic is cheaper than last week's lies. When recycling costs more than making new waste, it's like trying to sell old wine in a market flooded with fresh grape juice.
Congressional gridlock threatens the expiration of RCA credits, putting $32 billion at risk for health providers. Looks like the only thing getting a checkup is the bank account of every uninsured American, as Congress prescribes a dose of let them eat cake.
Fox announces Simpsons movie sequel for summer 2027 because yellow never goes out of style. Springfield's back to remind us that while the world burns, at least we can still laugh at a family that never ages, unlike our patients.
When democracy starts looking like a war zone, it's hard to the battle is for freedom or just a bigger piece of the pie.
Denmark's justice minister warns hybrid attacks are part of our new reality, as if we needed another sequel to the apocalypse. In a world where drones and cyber threats are the new normal, it's like living in a techno thriller where the only thing missing is a coherent plot.
Carnegie Mellon's RenLab creates biobots from human lung cells because who needs sci-fi when you've got a lung-powered micro-army? As we march into the future, our army of tiny lung cell soldiers will be ready to fight dust mites and existential dread, one microscopic battle at a time.
Serbian police arrest 11 for hateful acts in France and Germany because exporting bigotry is now a global enterprise. When your international relations strategy involves spreading hate across borders, maybe it's time to reconsider your travel itinerary.
Hans Zimmer composes Chevalier's de Sangria for the Da Vinci Code, proving that even secret societies need epic soundtracks. In a world where the truth hides in plain sight, at least we can rely on Zimmer to make our conspiracies sound majestic and mysterious.
NY Casino bids face a vote, promising revitalization but delivering slot machines to the boroughs. In the grand tradition of betting on a dream, watch as promises of economic growth hit the jackpot of gentrification and traffic jams.
Florida Democrat tests party appeal, running on climate change and healthcare in a state where hurricanes are more reliable than voters. In a land of alligators and retirees, watches hope, battles humidity, and the party line wades into the swamp of skepticism.
Republicans plan procedural coup to keep House majority because democracy works best when it's duct taped and gagged. When your power grab makes Machiavelli look like a choir boy, maybe it's time to consider an ethics refresher.
Landlords demand tenants' workplace logins, claiming it's the only way to trust a pastuda in the age of Photoshop. Next, they'll ask for your grandmother's maiden name and your childhood pet's secret diary just to secure a lease.
Trump Justice Department subpoenas Pennsylvania families for trans kids' medical records, branding privacy a national security threat. When Big Brother starts raiding the pediatrician's office, you know the dystopian novels become a how-to guide.
Jeremy Allen White skips consulting rock biopic veterans for Springsteen role, because why ask for directions when you're already lost? Just imagine the boss himself watching, thinking, born to run, not born to wing it.
Because nothing screams freedom like a cinematic iron curtain. Welcome to the land of the free, home of the homogenized.
China investigates Mexican tariffs amid trade war chaos, claims it's for global fairness. When two elephants fight, it's the grass that suffers, or in this case, the avocados.
America's Ryder Cup team flounders at Bethpage, blames the win for their Trumpy flop. Turns out, you can't just build a wall to keep out losing. Maybe a dose of humility would improve their swing.
Trump's TikTok deal grants control to his allies, claiming it's about security. In Trump's America, security means ensuring his friends get the first bite of the apple, and the rest of us get the core.
Israel's Eifa Meir credits Indian soldiers for Ottoman liberation, rewriting history with a twist of curry. Turns out, the British Empire's stiff upper lip wasn't quite as liberating as the spice of Indian valor.
Clarence Thomas targets marriage equality and birth control, calling settled law not gospel. With Thomas at the helm, America might just reverse engineer itself back to a time when witch trials were considered cutting-edge legal proceedings.
New Jersey Governor race pits Democrats against Trump, but voters ask what year it is. If the Democrats think dusting off anti-Trump slogans is their golden ticket, they might just find themselves as relevant as a Blockbuster membership card.
Moldova's President Maya Sandu praises voters for rejecting Moscow's cash, calling it a democratic detox. When democracy is on the menu, even Russia's rubles can't buy a seat at the table.
Toronto Dominion Bank pledges to cut billions in costs, but those billions were lost in a US scandal. Restoring guidance is like getting a new compass after sailing straight into an iceberg. Let's hope their new direction doesn't sink more ships.
MicroStrategy launches $4 billion Bitcoin-backed products, claims they strip away volatility. Trusting Bitcoin to stay stable is like trusting a caffeine-fueled squirrel to guard your acorns. Good luck keeping your stash intact.
Only 12% of country albums break through, and Pia Strikes Back hopes to be the next big thing. Country music's latest hopeful is like a pie in the face, sweet but messy, and you can't help but laugh at the ambition.
Vane Viper unleashes 1 trillion DNS queries to fuel global malware and ad fraud and calls it entrepreneurial spirit.
YouTube pays $24.5 million to settle Trump's lawsuit, but free speech is still missing in action. In the land of the First Amendment, cash is king, and justice is just another overpriced YouTube premium feature.
Only 49% of voters trust bellwether states, and pundits call it a reliable predictor. In the political circus, the ringmaster's baton is just a weather vane, spinning wildly in the winds of change and confusion.
Sweden supplies Gripen jets to Ukraine, calling it solidarity while boosting their own defense economy. When your neighbor's house is on fire, lend them a hose, especially if it's a high-tech, military-grade hose that comes with a hefty invoice.
Ryder Cup fans hurl insults at golfers, then blame intense sportsmanship. When the gallery's heckles sound like a schoolyard brawl, it's clear the spirit of the game has been teed off into the rough.
When support for a longtime ally drops like a lead balloon, maybe it's time to question who's really steering the foreign policy ship.
Senate schedules shutdown session for 3 p.m. solves absolutely nothing. When your job is to govern and you'd rather play chicken with the national wallet, maybe it's time to find a new gig.
When your safer alternative comes with a side of prediabetes, it's like swapping a cobra for a viper and calling it progress.
Police declare all accounted for in Michigan church attack, yet 4 victims remain unaccountably dead. In a world where accounted for means everything except accountability, the real mystery is how we keep losing track of human lives.
Tom Homan falls into FBI sting for contracts for cash after years of tough talk on Law and Order. It's a classic twist. The former ICE chief who chased immigrants now caught in a web of his own design, proving once again that irony is the one true enforcer.
Skyrim Grandma Shirley Curry quits gaming at 87, tired of trolls among 1.3 million YouTube followers. In a world where dragons are easier to handle than internet trolls, even the fiercest Dovahkiin needs a break. Here's to hoping the real world treats her better than Whiterun.
JB Pritzker urges Americans to label Trump honestly, though honesty's been MIA since 2016.
Gold ETFs attract multi-billion-dollar inflows, but tax headaches await investors unprepared for the IRS's golden claws. In the glittering world of gold investments, it's not just the allure of wealth that shines. It's the IRS waiting to dull your sparkle with some paperwork.
US stocks hold gains despite shutdown threat and Wall Street calls it stability.
Trump deploys troops to Portland, unsure of lawless hellscape after TV binge. When reality is a rerun on Fox, the only live action comes from executive orders and a remote control.
Senators block shuttle move due to little evidence of demand, cling to cosmic nostalgia.
Cardi B announces pregnancy with Stefon Diggs, proving touchdowns aren't just for the field. From courtrooms to nurseries, Cardi's life is a roller coaster that makes soap operas look like documentaries.
Breakthrough climate model reveals wildfires ignite thunderstorms, but politicians still fan the flames. Apparently, nature's fireworks show is the only climate policy some leaders are willing to support.
Casey Wood denies knowledge of heartbeat trades, yet her ETFs pulse like a caffeinated rabbit. It's either a financial mystery or her ETFs have developed a mind of their own. Next stop, Wall Street's Got Talent.
When bullets fly, it's the volume of silence that truly deafens. Lowering rhetoric is like whispering in a hurricane.
YouTube celebrates Sheps, the anniversary of tragedy, with an instrumental metal release, but forgets to mute its cookie consent symphony.
Electronic Arts swallowed whole an unprecedented $55 billion deal, but the controller's still not in your hands. When your favorite games are worth more than small countries, but you still can't afford the DLC, capitalism's got a high score.
Trump posts AI video of himself, claims it's real news. In a world where deepfakes blur reality, Trump's latest magic trick is like selling snake oil with a hologram.
Trump urges Supreme Court to review birthright citizenship restrictions, claiming it's time to redefine Made in America. When the Constitution becomes a suggestion box, it's time to ask if democracy is out of beta or just permanently glitching.
LeBron James praises Lakers' revamped roster, insists he's not worried about future despite turning 40 next year. When a sports legend treats age like a minor inconvenience, it's hard to tell if he's defying time or just trolling Father Time.
Danish military summons reserve soldiers for drone threat, yet forgets to upgrade their own tech, calling the cavalry in a digital age with analog tools, like bringing a slingshot to a drone fight.
Kash Patel accelerates FBI personnel purge, claiming it's about efficiency while morale plummets. When leadership prioritizes loyalty over competence, it's less about efficiency and more about turning a watchdog into a lapdog.
Richard Marles praises Trump's Gaza plan, despite zero details and 100% recycled rhetoric. When a plan is just a list of wishes, it's more bedtime story than blueprint. Dreams are nice, but reality demands a map.
Trump tariff leave big pharma untouched, while small biotechs teeter on the brink. It's like throwing pebbles at a fortress while a cottage next door crumbles under the weight of a feather.
Trump threatens tariffs on imported furniture, claiming it will solve America's couch crisis. Nothing says economic genius like making your living room more expensive while your wallet remains just as empty.
Tom York sings about El President, but Trump still thinks he's the main act. When indie rock predicts the future, and the future is just one long dystopian encore.
Israel kills 39 in Gaza, and Trump calls it peace. When peace plans come with a body count, it's less about negotiations and more about a macabre numbers game.
Ariana Grande questions Trump supporters, and the internet's ablaze with responses. When a pop star asks the hard questions, maybe it's time to wonder why the politicians aren't.
Stablecoin regulation tightens, banks call it protection. When banks start building moats, you know they're more interested in guarding their golden towers than embracing financial evolution.
Organic purity for the tots, while Wall Street sharpens its teeth.
Netanyahu apologizes to Qatar over strike, cozies up to Trump. Diplomacy in 2025, a heartfelt oops over coffee with a side of political bromance. Who needs peace when you've got apologies and photo ops?
Tech company releases browser extension, claims it cuts misinformation, but truth still on the endangered list. When your browser needs a bodyguard, it's clear that the internet has become the Wild West of facts.
Only 30% of Americans with less education age slowly, while the privileged keep their fountain of youth. When education doubles as a time machine, maybe it's time to rethink what we're really learning.
Only 20% of SpiderCat's database is relevant, and the rest is just a web of digital dust. In a world drowning in data, finding truth is like searching for a needle in a haystack while blindfolded and riding a unicycle.
SpiderCat's search engine claims 99% accuracy, yet it can't find a single relevant article. It's like promising a gourmet meal and serving instant noodles. Where's the beef, SpiderCat?
Michael Saylor shrugs off shrinking Strategy Inc. premium, calls it business as usual. When your treasury is just a glorified Bitcoin piggy bank, losing premium is like finding out your gold-plated yacht is actually just painted.
Only 12% of digital asset firms maintain premiums, and Michael Saylor calls it business as usual. When your firm's just a Bitcoin storage unit, losing premiums like realizing your luxury yacht's made of plastic. Only 8% of electric vehicles meet new EU standards, and Elon Musk calls it a minor setback. Ah, the irony of the future. A fleet of Teslas powered by hopes, dreams, and the occasional compliant battery.
SpiderCat misses again, boasting a 99%. A digital Houdini act. Now you see data, now you don't.
Only 12% of CEOs believe in climate change, and the boardroom calls it a green initiative. Apparently, the only green these execs are counting on is the color of their ever-expanding bank accounts. Who needs a planet anyway?
The only thing more elusive than SpiderCat's data, a politician's integrity.
Elon Musk unveils Brain Chip at $30,000, claims it will enhance empathy. Because nothing says, I feel you, like a tech bro, implanting empathy with a price tag that could feed a family for a year.
SpiderCat database claims vast knowledge, provides only void. More elusive than SpiderCat's data, a billionaire's tax bill.
Only 20% of Americans trust Congress, and Congress calls it progress. When the bar is set so low that it's practically underground, you start calling anything above zero a victory dance. President Trump bans TikTok for the third time, claiming it's a national security threat. When your presidency is a rerun, might as well recycle your plot twists.
SpiderCat database stalls again, promises knowledge, delivers nothing. If SpiderCat were a politician, it'd be running on a platform of empty speeches and invisible achievements.
Elon Musk announces Mars colony by 2030, but SpaceX hasn't launched a single human since 2023. Promises are as vast as the cosmos, but reality's gravity has a way of keeping us grounded. Only 30% of schools teach climate change, and the Department of Education calls it progress. Yes, because nothing screams future-proofing like ignoring the scorching elephant in the classroom.
SpiderCat database claims vast archives, produces digital tumbleweeds. If only SpiderCat could convert its database emptiness into renewable energy, we solve the climate crisis overnight.
Only 25% of women hold CEO positions, and Fortune 500 calls it progress. Because who needs gender equality when you have glass ceilings to admire from below?
SpiderCat database boasts endless data, delivers existential void. SpiderCat's search prowess rivals a blindfolded cat in a dark room hunting for a non-existent mouse.
Only 30% of climate pledges are met, and world leaders declare it success. Apparently, climate change is like a gym membership, full of good intentions but rarely used. Only 20% of workers report job satisfaction, and corporate execs call it progress. The modern workplace, where the thrill of a paycheck is matched only by the thrill of dental surgery without anesthesia. After pledging transparency, the government redacts 90% of a report, calling it a move towards clarity. In a world of blacked out documents, truth becomes as visible as a stealth bomber in a blackout. Only 12% of promised housing units built, and the administration calls it progress. When your promises are built on sand, even a mirage looks like success.
SpiderCat database promises infinite knowledge. It's like promising you a wild night out and then taking you to a library that's closed for renovations.
Only 15% of climate goals met, and the government calls it a victory. When your bar is set at ankle height, it's easy to claim you're flying.
SpiderCat database claims omniscience, delivers radio silence. It's like asking an oracle for wisdom and getting a fortune cookie with no fortune inside.
After promising transparency, Meta censors 42% of user posts. When open dialogue means shut up, you know the emperor's new clothes are just a fig leaf. Only 8% of Americans trust Congress, and they call it progress. If trust were a currency, Congress would be bankrupt. But hey, at least they're consistent in their plummet to oblivion.
SpiderCat database promises endless knowledge, offers blank pages.
After promising transparency, Meta hides data breaches, then blames hackers. It's the classic magician's trick. Watch the left hand while the right one steals your privacy. Houdini would be proud.
SpiderCat database purrs with potential, delivers silence. A digital Cheshire cat with a grin, but no curiosity to share.
Only 3% of CEOs embrace pay cuts, and Wall Street calls it progress. In the land of the blind, the one-eyed CEO still hoards all the gold. Apparently, empathy isn't part of the corporate syllabus.
SpiderCat database claims omniscience offers oblivion. It's like asking the oracle for wisdom and getting a shrug instead.
President Trump declares climate change a hoax, then installs solar panels on Mar-a-Lago. It's the classic do, as I say, not as I do, dance with a twist of solar hypocrisy. Climate denial never looks so sunny.
SpiderCat database swallows headlines, spits out silence. It's that cosmic void where news goes to die, or maybe just to take a really long nap.
Elon Musk unveils new AI, claims it will replace therapists. Because who needs human empathy when you've got a machine programmed by a billionaire with the emotional range of a Tesla autopilot?
SpiderCat database claims a hunger strike, but it's more like a stubborn cat nap. When the news cat refuses to purr, we're left with the silence of the ignored.
Only 20% of Americans trust Congress, and political leaders call it progress. Trust in Congress is now about as reliable as a toddler holding a Fabergé egg during an earthquake.
When data decides to ghost us, we're stuck in the haunted house of ignorance.
President Trump unveils a new healthcare plan, then announces cuts to Medicaid. It's like selling you a lifeboat with a hole in it, just enough to keep you optimistic as you sink.
SpiderCat database drops the ball again, leaving us with a digital tumbleweed rolling through our news desert. When the well of information runs dry, we're left parched, staring at an empty bucket of curiosity.
Amazon raises Prime membership fees to $150, promises better streaming options. Because nothing screams, "Thank you for your loyalty," like squeezing your wallet for a service you already regret using.
SpiderCat database strikes out twice, leaving us in a news blackout worthy of a dystopian novel. Guess the cats got our headlines, and we're left hunting for scraps in a world where even the algorithms play coy.
Only 20% of electric vehicles sold in 2025 qualify for tax credits, and Congress calls it progress. In the land of loopholes and lobbyists, the only thing more electric than the cars is the charge to your conscience. After promising transparency, Meta hides user data from researchers, claiming it's for privacy. Because nothing says, "Trust us," like locking the vault and swallowing the key while whispering sweet nothings about your safety.
SpiderCat database fails again, proving even digital cats have their off days. Looks like we're stuck in a void where even the news has ghosted us, reminding us that the future isn't always plugged in.
Only 20% of Amazon workers report job satisfaction, and Jeff Bezos calls it progress. In a world where fulfillment center sounds like a cruel joke, Amazon's greatest delivery might be disillusionment, gift wrapped in 2-day shipping. Elon Musk unveils Mars colonization plan, solves Earth's housing crisis. When in doubt, ship humanity off planet. Why tackle affordable housing on Earth when you can just relocate the problem to a distant red rock? Apple announces new iPhone at $2,000, calls it revolutionary. Apparently, Revolution now comes with a hefty price tag and a slightly improved camera. Who needs a social uprising when you can just upgrade your selfies?
SpiderCat database strikes out twice because apparently even algorithms take coffee breaks. In a world where data is king, we're left with a digital monarchy on hiatus, proving once again that technology's crown can slip.
Only 30% of voters trust Congress, and Congress calls it progress. When your approval rating is lower than a limbo stick at a kid's party, maybe it's time to rethink your dance moves.
In the grand circus of information, the trapeze artist just missed the catch, leaving us to imagine the headlines that might have been.
Only 22% of people believe in the media, and the media calls it transparency. If trust is the currency of truth, then it looks like the media is running a deficit bigger than a billionaire's tax loophole.
SpiderCat database failed to pounce on any stories, proving even digital felines can have hairball moments.
Only 15% of voters trust politicians, and politicians call it democracy. If democracy is a dance, then we're all slow dancing with 2 left feet while the band plays a tune nobody trusts. Only 8% of climate pledges are kept, and oil companies call it green progress. When the planet's on fire, promises are just marshmallows, toasted over the flames of corporate greed.
SpiderCat database misses another scoop, showing even tech has its off days and can't always land on its feet. Looks like the headlines are playing hide and seek, leaving us to imagine what delicious disasters are lurking in the shadows.
Only 12% of countries meet recycling targets, and the UN calls it a milestone. When trash is the new currency, it's no surprise the world banks on garbage. Only 8% of women hold top tech jobs, and Silicon Valley calls it diversity. In a realm where algorithms decide your worth, it's ironic that the glass ceiling isn't a digital illusion.
SpiderCat database fails again, proving that even the most cunning felines sometimes chase their own tails instead of the news. With the headlines in hiding, we're left to dream up the chaotic circus that today's world surely is.
Only 15% of board members are women, and Fortune 500 calls it progress. When the boardroom's still a boys' club, it's less about breaking ceilings and more about avoiding the old boys' glass glare.
SpiderCat strikes out twice, suggesting even digital whiskers get tangled when sniffing out news in the 21st century. It's a catastrophe when the data's dry. Imagine the headlines we'd have if SpiderCat could catch its own shadow.
After pledging transparency, Meta introduces another privacy policy, and users are still in the dark. It's like trying to read the fine print in a blackout, except the flashlight's held by a corporation with night vision goggles. Only 30% of public trusts government data, and the administration calls it progress. When truth-telling feels like a game of telephone played with a megaphone, expect static and a whole lot of shouting.
SpiderCat misses again, proving that even cyberfelines have off days when it comes to catching the news mouse. When the digital cat's away, the fake news mice play, leaving us wondering what mischief they're up to in the shadows.
After promising transparency, Congress hides 42 new reports, claiming it's for national security. When the truth is locked up tighter than a drum, all we're left with is the hollow sound of excuses.
When the news fails to pounce, the world remains blissfully ignorant of the next absurdity lurking in the headlines.
Only 30% of voters trust Congress, and lawmakers call it a victory. When the bar is set so low, it's a wonder they don't trip over it on their way to the bank. The Supreme Court rules against climate regulations despite record-breaking heat waves. Apparently, melting ice caps aren't persuasive enough when there's still a snowball's chance in hell of preserving corporate profits.
SpiderCat's got no news to chew, leaving us to wonder if the world's gone boring or just shy. When SpiderCat's empty pod, it's a reminder that the absurdity of reality is always a whisker away from discovery.
Only 12% of billionaires pay fair taxes, and Congress calls it progress. Seems like the trickle-down theory is more about trickling accountability than wealth.
Spider-Cat's claws come up empty, like a politician's promise, leaving us in a vacuum of silence. When even the digital feline can't find the dirt, remember, the real scandal is what they're not talking about.
After promising transparency, Big Pharma hiked drug prices by 50%. Apparently, transparency just means we can clearly see them robbing us blind. Only 12% of CEOs support climate action, and the boardroom calls it progress. When your idea of progress is a snail race, don't be shocked when the planet overlaps you. After pledging transparency, Meta hides user data, then calls it a privacy improvement. When hiding the truth becomes a feature, we're all just lab rats in Zuckerberg's maze of mirrors. Elon Musk invents $20,000 robot bartender, claims it saves time. Because nothing screams efficiency like a robot shaking your martini while your Tesla's on autopilot to the unemployment line.
Spider-Cat strikes. If the cat's got no news, it's because someone's hiding the canary. Keep your ears sharp and your eyes sharper.
Only 8% of CEOs believe in climate change, and ExxonMobil calls it progress. When the planet's on fire, it's comforting to know the captains of industry are busy rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. After promising transparency, Meta introduces new privacy settings, then sells user data. In a world where your secrets are currency, Zuckerberg's empire is minting gold while whispering sweet nothings about privacy.
Spider-Cat's database emptier than a politician's promise, leaving us to wonder if the truth's been whisked away with the tuna. When data disappears, it's not just a glitch, it's a cover-up in feline form. Stay alert, truth seekers.
Only 12% of Congress supports climate action, and they call it progress. While the planet sizzles like a neglected barbecue, our lawmakers are busy fanning themselves with empty pledges and fanning the flames of denial.
Spider-Cat's database is running on empty, like a CEO's empathy tank during a worker strike. When the digital cupboard's bare, it's not a technical hiccup. It's the sound of inconvenient truths getting buried. Keep your claws sharp, folks.
Only 15% of Fortune 500 companies pay living wages, and the CEOs call it innovation. In a world where the rich get richer and the poor get another shift, the real innovation lies in the art of exploitation.
SpiderCat's database is emptier than a politician's promise after election day. When the headlines vanish, it's not a glitch, it's a blackout. Keep your eyes peeled and your voices loud.
Only 20% of social media platforms enforce privacy standards, and the tech giants call it transparency. When privacy means your data is as safe as a cat in a room full of rocking chairs, transparency becomes a joke without the punchline. After promising transparency, Meta hides user data for 24 hours. Apparently, transparency now means seeing through their excuses, not their policies. After promising cheaper healthcare, insurance companies raise premiums by 15%. Apparently, affordable means you can now afford to be twice as broke while staying twice as sick. Thanks for the generous definition, insurance overlords.
SpiderCat's database is as barren as a billionaire's empathy. When the news goes silent, it's not a technical issue, it's an echo of censorship. Stay vigilant and question everything.
Only 20% of Congress supports climate action, and they call it progress. I guess the other 80% are too busy fanning themselves with oil lobby checks to notice the planet's on fire.
After pledging transparency, Meta hides user data breach. Zuckerberg's version of transparency is like wearing sunglasses at night. You're still in the dark, but he looks incredibly cool doing it.
Only 12% of electric cars sold hit climate goals, and car makers call it progress. The auto industry's idea of a green revolution is like swapping a gas guzzler for a slightly less hungry monster and calling it a diet.
SpiderCat's database has more empty promises than a politician's campaign trail. When the headlines go dark, the truth is hiding in plain sight. Keep your eyes wide and your mind wider.
Only 30% of tech CEOs pay taxes, and they call it innovation. The new Silicon Valley motto, disrupt the system, but only if it doesn't disrupt your offshore accounts.
Elon Musk unveils neural implant at
After promising transparency, Congress approves secret surveillance expansion. Seems like the only thing transparent about Congress is their ability to dodge accountability while peeping through the nation's keyhole.
After promising to uphold free speech, TikTok bans 42 accounts for criticizing its new policies. When your platform's motto is create, but only if you follow the script, censorship becomes the new creativity.
SpiderCat's database is emptier than a billionaire's empathy reservoir. When the news goes missing, it's time to question who's holding the leash. Stay sharp, rebels.
Only 30% of voters trust the government, and Congress calls it progress. When your trust rating is lower than a snake's belly, it's time to rethink your PR strategy, not pat yourself on the back.
Only 12% of Congress supports universal healthcare, and lobbyists call it a victory for choice. When choice means picking between bankruptcy or death, it's less about freedom and more about a rigged game.
After promising transparency, Meta hides data from users, calling it a safeguard. When safeguard means blindfolding us before the data minefield, it's just another day in the digital dystopia.
Only 25% of companies pay living wages, and CEOs call it generosity. When the bar for corporate kindness is set lower than a limbo stick in hell, maybe it's time to raise the stakes, not your ego.
President Trump signs bill outlawing TikTok, claims it's for national security. Because nothing says security like banning dance videos while the planet melts and billionaires blast off into space.
After promising transparency, Meta deletes user data because who needs privacy when you can have oblivion? In the digital age, our lives are open books until big tech decides it's time to burn the library and sell the ashes.
Only 12% of Americans trust Congress, and lawmakers call it progress. When your approval rating is lower than a limbo bar at a retirement home, you might want to reconsider the term representative democracy.
SpiderCat's database is emptier than a billionaire's tax return. When the usual channels go silent, it's a cue to look beyond the noise and find the truth that bites. Keep questioning, rebels.
Because nothing says environmentally friendly like setting the world on fire with renewable energy.
Only 4% of Congress supports climate action, and they call it a green revolution. When politicians move slower than glaciers, you know the world is heating up faster than their desire to act.
Only 12% of CEOs prioritize climate action, and they call it progress. When corporate leaders think lip service is the same as saving the planet, it's no wonder we're stuck in the slow lane on the highway to hell.
SpiderCat's database is as empty as a politician's promise. When the media well runs dry, it's time to dig deeper and strike the vein of truth. Keep your claws sharp, comrades.
Elon Musk unveils a new spaceship, but it only flies on Mars. In a bold move, Musk's ego expands faster than the universe, leaving Earthbound problems to orbit like forgotten satellites.
Only 12% of tech CEOs prioritize data privacy, and they label it innovation. When your data's privacy is as secure as a screen door on a submarine, you know the tech titans are too busy counting their crypto.
Only 10% of workers receive a pay raise, and CEOs call it progress.
President Trump signs climate bill, then funds coal expansion. When the fox guards the henhouse, expect a future of charred feathers and empty nests. The earth sighs and the coal burns on.
Only 15% of Congress supports universal health care, and they call it a compromise. When your health's as secure as a snowman in July, you know the political elites got their air conditioning on full blast.
SpiderCat's database has more blank pages than a censored history book. When the curtain falls on information, it's up to us to stage the revolution. Stay vigilant and question everything.
Only 20% of public schools receive new funding, and Congress calls it progress. In education's Hunger Games, districts fight for scraps while lawmakers feast on the rhetoric of reform. The kids deserve better than budgetary breadcrumbs.
When your cat can tweet its disdain directly into the ether, will it finally understand the ennui of modern life? Meanwhile, humans still wait for affordable healthcare.
Only 12% of CEOs believe in climate change, and the rest think melting ice caps make great beachfront property. When the planet's burning, it's comforting to know the corporate elite is ready with marshmallows and sticks.
While the rest of us tighten our belts to the last notch, corporate honchos sip champagne and call it a diet.
SpiderCat's database is emptier than a billionaire's promise to pay taxes. When the well of truth runs dry, it's time to start digging with our own shovels. Let's keep the fire burning.
President Trump unveils new healthcare plan, but it only covers paper cuts and hangnails. In a world where Band-Aids are the best medicine, the real ailment is a government that treats health like a game of Monopoly.
It's like giving you a cookie only to snatch it back and charge you for crumbs. Welcome to the art of the deal.
Only 30% of Americans trust Congress, and they're calling it a victory. It's like celebrating a leaky lifeboat for staying afloat. When the bar is this low, even tripping over it counts as success.
Only 12% of American families can afford college, and the Department of Education calls it progress. When higher education is priced like a luxury car, the only degree most folks get is a PhD in debt management.
SpiderCat's database has more holes than a politician's alibi. Looks like it's up to us to stir the pot and brew some truth from scratch. Let's roll up those sleeves.
After promising transparency, Meta hides user data, claiming it's for our own good. It's like a magician demanding applause for making your wallet disappear. Their trick, turning privacy into an illusion with us as the punchline.
Elon Musk unveils new rocket, but it can't land safely. In Musk's cosmic circus, safety is the tightrope act that keeps wobbling. We get the fireworks, but the net's missing.
Only 20% of workers trust their bosses, and corporate HR departments call it a communication gap. When your boss says they're listening, it's usually just to the sound of their own voice echoing back.
In the theater of denial, the world burns while the lead actor insists it's just special effects. Reality script begs to differ.
Guess we'll just have to create our own headlines. Stay tuned while we spin some reality into satire.
Meta launches new privacy feature solves absolutely nothing. It's like putting a lock on a screen door while selling the floor plans to the highest bidder.
Elon Musk unveils a $10,000 robot, promises it will revolutionize household chores. Because who needs affordable housing or healthcare when you can have a mechanical butler to pour your morning cereal? Priorities, am I right?
Only 23% of politicians support climate action, and Congress calls it progress. When the planet's on fire, but they've got marshmallows ready. You know, the only green they care about is the color of money.
Elon Musk unveils new AI assistant, claims it reduces stress. Because nothing screams relaxation like a robot programmed by a man who thinks Twitter is a meditation app.
Spider cats.
When the truth's locked up tighter than a billionaire's wallet, it's clear who they're really protecting, and it's not the public.
Only 20% of voters trust Congress, and yet politicians call it a mandate. When faith in leadership is lower than a limbo bar, maybe it's time to flip the dance floor.
Only 30% of U.S. voters trust Congress, and Congress calls it progress. When confidence in your representatives is lower than the chance of rain in the Sahara, maybe it's time to rethink the weather forecast.
Only 15% of Americans read newspapers, and the media calls it a thriving industry. When your audience is smaller than a book club, maybe it's time to rethink the bestseller list.
Only 25% of Americans believe news, and media moguls call it progress. When the truth is as rare as a unicorn in Times Square, you know the spin doctors are working overtime.
Guess we'll have to make our own headlines, where the truth is as slippery as a politician at a lie detector test.
Like setting your house on fire to stay warm. It's a plan, just not a smart one.
If progress means plummeting trust ratings, then they've got it nailed. When did serving the people become a relic of the past?
Meta unveils new privacy feature, but data breaches remain rampant. When the fox is guarding the hen house, it's no surprise that the chickens keep vanishing without a trace.
Apparently, reassuring now means barely a quarter of Americans believe their vote isn't going straight into a digital abyss. Democracy. Meet your new best friend, doubt.
SpiderCat database delivers less than a politician's apology. When the news is Mia, you know it's a slow day or a cover-up. Time to dig deeper or make some noise.
Because why spend on soldiers when you can line the pockets of those who make the weapons? War games are best played from a yacht.
Only 25% of workers report job satisfaction, and corporate executives call it progress. If happiness were a stock, it'd be plummeting while the CEOs cash in on their golden parachutes, sipping martinis on their private jets.
Meta unveils new privacy feature then sells user data to advertisers. Because nothing says trust us like a digital shell game where your secrets are the currency. Welcome to the future where privacy is just a punchline.
After promising transparency, the Ministry of Truth deletes 50 reports, claiming it's for clarity. It's like hiring a fox to guard the henhouse and then wondering why the chickens are suddenly on vacation.
SpiderCat database coughs up nothing like a hairball of denial. When the silence is deafening, someone's hiding the truth. Time to sharpen our claws and scratch beneath the surface.
Trump administration announces climate initiative, then approves new oil drilling sites. In the grand theater of contradictions, the Earth gets a front row seat to a comedy of errors. Spoiler alert, the punchline is underwater.
Only 20% of voters believe in the new education bill, and Congress calls it progress. When progress means a fifth of people nodding in reluctant agreement, it's like claiming a victory when only the janitor showed up to cheer.
Only 12% of climate pledges are met, and corporations call it progress. It's like promising to diet while eating cake for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. At least they're consistent in their delusion.
Apple unveils iPhone for $2,000, claims it's revolutionary. When your phone costs more than your rent, maybe the real revolution is convincing you that shiny equals necessary.
SpiderCat database strikes out again like a cat batting in shadows. Looks like someone's pulling a vanishing act with the facts. Time to turn on the spotlight and see what scuttles out.
Only 12% of Americans trust Congress, and politicians call it progress. When the bar is set so low, it's practically subterranean. Any upward glance looks like a victory lap.
After declaring war on drugs, the government legalizes marijuana. At this rate, next they'll outlaw happiness and sell it back to us in tiny, overpriced bottles labeled freedom.
Amazon unveils new drone delivery system, promises faster service at double the cost. Because what's the point of progress if it doesn't come with a price tag that makes you question your life choices?
Meta introduces VR workspace, claims it boosts productivity while charging employees for virtual coffee breaks. In the quest for efficiency, who knew the future of work would feel like a pay-per-view dystopia?
Only 12% of lawmakers support climate action, and Congress calls it progress. Apparently, saving the planet is a part-time hobby, not a full-time commitment. Maybe they think polar bears can swim forever.
SpiderCat's batting zero once more like a cat chasing its own tail. Seems like the truth's playing a game of hide and seek, but we're here to call it out of its hiding place.
Only 20% of Americans trust Congress, and politicians call it progress. When democracy's approval rating is lower than a reality TV star's, it's time to change the channel on this political soap opera.
Only 8% of women hold CEO positions, and the corporate world calls it equality. Because nothing says gender parity like a boardroom full of suits with one token skirt. Equality by numbers, not by action.
After promising transparency, the government hides UFO files for another 5 years. Apparently, we're not ready for the truth, or they just need more time to Photoshop the little green men out of the photos.
Only 20% of promised climate funds reach projects, and the government calls it progress. Looks like the real climate change is in their ability to change the subject faster than the weather.
Spider-Cat strikes again by striking out, proving once more that even the best tech sometimes needs a reboot. In a world overrun with data, finding nothing is still an answer, and it tells us someone's hiding the truth under the digital rug.
Musk unveils a new electric car model, claims it will save the planet. Because nothing screams environmental heroism like more luxury cars for the 1%, saving the world one elite driveway at a time.
Guess they think if we can't see them, we can't oppose them. Democracy's new stealth mode, cloak and stagger.
Only 20% of government emails get archived, and Congress calls it progress. Guess deleting the rest is their way of cutting down on clutter, like accountability was just another spam folder.
Only 30% of citizens trust AI judges, and the government calls it progress. Because who wouldn't want their fate decided by a digital oracle with the empathy of a toaster and the wisdom of a magic 8-ball?
President Trump tweets about climate change, then says it's a hoax. Ah, the old trick. Speak out of both sides of your mouth and hope the planet doesn't notice the smoke.
Only 25% of Americans believe Congress is effective, and Congress calls it progress. When your approval rating is lower than your Wi-Fi signal, maybe it's time to reboot the system, not just the rhetoric.
Spider-Cat's blank screen moment, the ultimate catnap of journalistic sleuthing, or just a whisker away from conspiracy. When even the web's most curious feline finds zilch, it's a sign the powers that be are spinning silence into a new form of noise.
After promising transparency, the Ministry of Truth deletes 42 emails. Apparently, transparent now means invisible, like those ghost emails floating in the ether of accountability.
After promising transparency, the government classifies 42 new documents, then calls it national security. Looks like the only thing more invisible than their transparency is the accountability hiding behind those locked file cabinets.
Only 12% of voters trust Congress, and they call it progress. In a world where faith in politicians is as extinct as disco's dignity, 12% is a landslide of delusion.
Only 20% of citizens trust the media, and the government calls it progress. When your truth is as slippery as an eel in oil, it's no wonder people start looking for the unplug button.
When the digital cat can't catch a single story, it's either a glitch or the truth's been declawed by those in charge.
After promising transparency, the Ministry of Truth deletes 5,000 documents. Looks like their idea of clear communication is making sure we can't see a damn thing. Orwell would be so proud.
After promising transparency, Meta unveils a privacy policy that reads like a Kafka novel. When Mark Zuckerberg says your data, he means his data, and your privacy is just a subplot in his dystopian bestseller.
Only 20% of electric car owners get tax breaks, and the government calls it progress. Apparently saving the planet is a luxury for those who can afford it. Mother Earth, meet your VIP section.
Only 15% of workers received a pay rise while CEOs pocket record bonuses. It's a great time to be a millionaire. For everyone else, it's just another day in paradise lost.
Spider-Cat fails to find a headline, but the spin doctors are still prescribing reality distortions daily. In a world where data is king, even the digital felines are muzzled by the illusion of choice and curated silence.
Elon Musk announces a new Tesla model at $75,000, claims it's affordable luxury. Apparently, affordable now means only selling your soul and a kidney to afford a car that might drive you into a lake.
Only 10% of public schools teach climate change, and the Ministry of Education calls it progress. In a world on fire, they're handing out squirt guns and calling it a flood defense strategy.
Donald Trump proposes a new tax plan, promises it will benefit the working class. When billionaires start feeling generous, it usually means you're about to get a bill for their next yacht.
The Spider-Cat's web comes up empty, yet the world still spins its web of absurdity and chaos.
Only 12% of sea air breathed in Paris.
Only 20% of Congress understands climate change, and they still call themselves environmentalists. When ignorance is your platform, the only thing greener is the money in your pocket.
Only 12% of Americans support Trump's latest policy, and his administration calls it a victory. When reality doesn't match the narrative, just redefine success. Welcome to the upside-down world of political spin.
After promising transparency, Meta unveils new privacy settings, then hides the fine print in a digital labyrinth. In the age of information, Meta's transparency is as clear as a brick wall made of algorithms and legalese.
Looks like the Spider-Cat has run out of yarn, but don't worry, the absurdity of the world doesn't take a day off. Even when the database is dry, the headlines still drip irony like a leaky faucet in the house of power.
In a world teetering on the brink, Congress's idea of bold is a timid shuffle towards the nearest fossil fuel lobbyist.
Elon Musk unveils a $100,000 electric yacht, claiming it's affordable for all. When your definition of all is just your yacht club buddies, reality's taking a back seat to delusion.
Elon Musk unveils a new Tesla model, promises it will change everything, yet it still can't park itself without a meltdown. In the grand theater of innovation, Musk's Tesla remains the prima donna that trips over its own spotlight.
Only 20% of Americans trust the media, and the press release calls it progress. When progress means fewer people believe anything, it's not the trust that's eroding, it's the very fabric of reality.
Only 12% of Spider-Cat searches find articles, and yet it's called a success in the world of news. Even a cat with 8 legs can't catch all the chaos, but hey, who needs facts when the fiction rates itself?
Only 20% of voters trust Congress, and lawmakers insist this is a victory for democracy. When your trust rating is lower than the approval of pineapple on pizza, it's time to rethink what you're serving up.
Only 30% of lawmakers read their own bills, and Congress calls it efficiency. When democracy's caretakers skim like they're cramming for a pop quiz, it's not efficiency, it's a legislative game of telephone.
When your credibility is as believable as a unicorn in a boardroom, maybe it's time to stop horsing around.
After record profits, Megacorp slashes employee benefits, claiming it's for sustainability. When corporations treat workers like disposable batteries, the only thing sustainable is their ceaseless greed.
After promising transparency, Congress hides details of the latest defense budget, which is only $50 billion over last year's. When the fog of war is clearer than your accounting, it's time to stop playing peekaboo with the public purse.
Spider-Cat searches yield 0 articles, yet they boast comprehensive coverage. When even a cybernetic feline can't catch a headline, you know the news is a ghost town. Who knew journalism had turned into a game of hide and seek?
Only 12% of fossil fuel companies reduce emissions, and the industry calls it progress. When your idea of progress is like a glacier's, you might just be melting our patience faster than the ice caps.
Elon Musk announces brain chip at $10,000, promises it will cure procrastination. Because nothing says productivity like wiring your brain to the whims of a billionaire who can't meet a deadline.
Apple releases iPhone 15 at $2,000, claims it's revolutionary. Revolutionary like charging extra for a charger, because nothing screams innovation like paying more for less.
NATO doubles military spending, promises peace, because nothing says peace like a bigger budget for bombs. It's like buying a bigger stick and calling it a peace treaty.
Only 12% of electric vehicles reach promised range, and automakers call it progress. Guess it's not just the oil industry blowing smoke. Seems like the only renewable resource here is disappointment.
Spider-Cat fails to fetch any stories, claims news fatigue. Looks like even digital felines are tired of the same old yarns, When algorithms nap instead of news, reality is officially on a coffee break.
Only 15% of tech billionaires pay taxes, and governments call it progress. Imagine the audacity of calling it progress when the world's wealthiest contribute less than a teenager's allowance to public funds.
Only 15% of government climate pledges are met, and leaders call it progress. Looks like the only thing heating up faster than the planet is their pants on fire.
After promising transparency, Meta deletes 42% of user data. When Mark Zuckerberg plays hide and seek with your personal info, it's less a game and more a magic trick you never asked to see.
When the fox guards the hen house, you can bet the chickens will end up on a barbecue with a side of denial sauce.
Spider-Cat finds 0 stories, blames content drought. When even the virtual cats are parched for headlines, you know the news cycle's hit a dry spell. Time to rain on this desert of distractions.
Nothing says unreal like watching your own policies go up in smoke.
Only 25% of workers earn a living wage, and Wall Street calls it economic growth. When the rich get richer and the rest get the shaft, it's like calling a drought a new desert adventure.
Privacy at Meta is like a unicorn, magical, mythical, and utterly absent when you need it most.
Spider-Cat claims empty data, blames quantum entanglement. When the digital feline starts citing quantum physics, it's clear the news is as elusive as Schrodinger's cat. Maybe it's time to open the box.
Elon Musk unveils self-driving car update, but crashes increase by 30%. When your car's autopilot feels more like a kamikaze pilot, maybe it's time to question if tech's progress is in reverse gear.
Meta launches a new VR headset at $5,000, solves the problem of excess pocket money. Who knew virtual reality required a second mortgage? Welcome to the future, where reality is free, but the escape costs a fortune.
Only 15% of electric vehicles get charged, and Tesla calls it progress. When your cars
Only 12% of world leaders support climate action, and the UN calls it consensus. When the planet's on fire, 12% is like bringing a squirt gun to a forest blaze.
Only 20% of CEOs believe in climate change, and Wall Street calls it progress. Apparently, melting glaciers aren't enough to convince them, but maybe when their yachts start floating away, they'll reconsider.
Only 18% of billionaires pay taxes, and Congress calls it fair. When the super rich skip the bill, we get stuck with the tab. It's like playing Monopoly with a rigged deck.
Spider-Cat blames retrograde Mercury for missing news. When astrology starts dictating data retrieval, you know the universe is laughing at us. Maybe it's time we align our stars with a better source.
After promising transparency, Meta censors 42% of user posts, claiming it's for public safety. Because nothing says, "Trust us," like a digital gag order. Who knew safety was spelled S-I-L-E-N-C-E?
After promising transparency, Meta unveils new privacy policy, then buries it in legal jargon. Decoding their terms is harder than breaking into Fort Knox, but at least your data will be safe from you.
Only 20% of CEOs support pay transparency, and they call it progress.
Spider-Cat claims the news is on vacation, sipping margaritas. When our digital bloodhound decides to hit the beach, instead of chasing stories, it's clear the algorithm's tan is more important than our enlightenment.
Only 15% of electric vehicles meet emissions targets, and car manufacturers call it progress. Apparently, the road to a greener future is paved with good intentions and exhaust fumes.
Only 10% of voters trust Congress, and lawmakers call it democracy. When the people's voice is a whisper, those in power crank up the static to drown out the truth.
President Trump claims economic recovery, but inflation hits a 20-year high. When the cost of living skyrockets, only the spin doctors can afford the luxury of denial.
After promising transparency, Meta locks user data behind paywalls. Welcome to the digital age, where your privacy is as exclusive as a members-only club you can't afford to join.
Meta unveils augmented reality glasses, insists they're affordable at $1,900. When your tech costs more than rent, it's not innovation. It's a VIP pass to the poverty line.
Spider-Cat ditches journalism for a sun lounger, citing a news shortage. When the watchdog opts for sunscreen over scrutiny, it's a sign the news cycle's gone on a sabbatical.
Only 6% of companies decrease emissions, and oil giants call it progress. When the bar is so low, you need a shovel to see it. Maybe it's time to rethink who's in charge of setting it.
Only 20% of electric car owners charge at home, and Tesla calls it a revolution. When your green future needs a gas station, it's less of a revolution and more of a pit stop for the wealthy.
Only 30% of Americans trust social media for news, and Meta calls it progress. When misinformation is your bread and butter, 30% feels like a 5-star review from the gullible.
After pledging transparency, Meta hides user data, claiming it's for our own good. When Big Brother tells you it's all for your benefit, it's time to check your pockets for missing rights.
Spider-Cat shelves its claws for a nap, declaring the news cycle officially extinct.
President Trump unveils the Freedom Phone at $999, guarantees zero privacy. In an era where privacy is already an endangered species, Trump's latest gadget is a digital Trojan horse with a MAGA hat.
Only 12% of electric vehicle owners report satisfaction, and car companies call it a revolution. If this is what a revolution looks like, I'd hate to see their idea of a traffic jam.
Only 12% of Americans trust Congress, and the House declares it a victory. When your approval rating is lower than a limbo stick at a snake party, even single digits feel like a parade.
Elon Musk unveils Mars colony plan, but tickets cost $3 million. Nothing screams for all mankind like a space vacation priced higher than a penthouse suite, ensuring the cosmos remains the ultimate gated community.
Spider-Cat curls up in its digital hammock, leaving the world to fend for itself. When even the algorithmic whiskers twitch away, you know the headlines have hit rock bottom.
Only 15% of politicians understand AI policies, and Congress calls it informed governance. When the blind led the digital, it's no wonder we're stumbling into the future like it's a minefield.
Only 12% of women hold board positions, and the CEOs call it progress. In a world where progress is measured by crumbs, the glass ceiling remains the most reliable piece of architecture.
After promising transparency, Meta introduces another opaque algorithm. In the land of the blind, the one-eyed CEO keeps the secrets, while users stumble in the darkness of manipulated feeds.
After promising transparency, the White House deletes 40,000 emails, claiming it's for national security. When the truth is a shadow puppet show, it's no surprise we're left in the dark, watching democracy disappear one deleted file at a time.
Spider-Cat takes a catnap, leaving us to sort the litter of news ourselves. When even a data-driven feline turns its back, the news must be purring with mediocrity.
Elon Musk unveils $1 trillion Mars mission, then cuts Tesla workers' benefits. Journey to the stars, but don't expect a dental plan. In Musk's universe, the final frontier is a budget cut.
Only 12% of Congress passes meaningful legislation, and they call it a productive session. When politicians do less than a teenager at a summer job, it's no wonder the nation's running on fumes and empty promises.
Only 30% of workers receive fair wages, and Wall Street calls it a booming economy. When the rich get richer and the rest get breadcrumbs, it's not trickle-down economics, it's a waterfall of wishful thinking.
When a cyber kitty can't find a story, maybe it's time to question who's holding the laser pointer.
Elon Musk unveils a $20 million rocket, promises it will solve traffic jams. Because nothing screams practicality like blasting your morning commute into orbit. Next up, interstellar coffee runs for the late and caffeinated.
Only 23% of CEOs support climate action, and they call it a commitment to sustainability. When the boardroom's idea of green is the color of their profits, it's clear we're stuck with eco-theater instead of real change.
Only 20% of Americans trust Congress, and Congress calls it progress. When the bar is set so low, snakes start using it for limbo practice. Maybe next time they can aim for barely tolerable.
Only 12% of tech giants pay full taxes, and they call it economic growth. When dodging taxes is the new innovation, it's no wonder Silicon Valley's favorite color is loophole gray.
Only 30% of students can afford college, and universities call it accessibility. Education shouldn't come with a price tag that requires a lifetime of debt. But hey, who needs knowledge when you can have a shiny diploma-shaped IOU?
Spider-Cat pounces on empty pixels, leaving us with the sound of digital crickets. If the news feed's a ghost town, maybe someone's too busy playing sheriff and not busy enough being transparent.
Nothing says trust us like charging you to see how they're selling your soul. It's like paying for the privilege of knowing exactly how you're being exploited.
After promising transparency, the Ministry of Truth deletes 40,000 documents, claiming it boosts trust. When government transparency means seeing right through the lies, it's clear they're playing hide and seek with democracy.
Only 15% of voters trust Congress, and they call it democracy. When 95% of your constituents think you're playing them like a fiddle, maybe it's time to change the tune, not just the band.
Spider-Cat strikes again with a stealthy vanishing act, leaving us chasing shadows. When the news hides, it's usually because someone's got skeletons rattling in their server closet.
Elon Musk unveils new rocket at $1 trillion cost, promises Mars by next year. When your interstellar dreams come with a price tag bigger than most countries' GDP, you might be aiming for the stars but missing the point.
Elon Musk announces a new Mars mission costing $70 billion, says it will be budget-friendly. When billionaires redefine budget-friendly, it seems they're living in a galaxy far, far away from reality.
Only 12% of Congress supports climate action, and they call it progress.
Meta unveils ad-free subscription at $20 monthly, claims it enhances user experience. When did fewer ads become a luxury, and since when did privacy come with a subscription fee? Welcome to the pay-to-play world.
Only 20% of the world's richest pay taxes, and the government calls it progress. Like expecting a cat to guard a fish market, trusting the ultra-rich to self-regulate taxes is a cosmic joke.
Spider-Cat's empty web whispers louder than a CEO dodging a subpoena. When the silence is deafening, it's usually because someone's got a lot to lose if we start listening.
Elon Musk declares Twitter, now X, a free speech heaven, bans 50 more accounts.
Only 8% of Americans trust Congress, and Congress calls it progress. Trust in Congress is like finding a unicorn in a coal mine, mythical, dark, and not what you're looking for.
Amazon unveils drone delivery service, but it only works in cities. Rural folks better start building landing pads for those flying boxes, or just hitch a ride on Bezos' next rocket to get your packages.
SpiderCat database emptier than a politician's promise after election day. When data vanishes like campaign pledges, it's time to sharpen the pitchforks or at least the sarcasm.
Waiting for CEOs to save the planet is like expecting a cat to do your taxes. Delusional, a waste of time, and bound to end in chaos.
Only 20% of voters trust Congress, and Congress calls it progress. When your approval rating is lower than a used car salesman, you might want to rethink your definition of success.
Only 12% of tech companies pay fair taxes, and governments call it a challenge. Watching governments challenge tech giants is like watching a kitten try to catch a laser pointer, adorable but ultimately pointless as the target just keeps moving.
Only 8% of Congress supports climate action, and the rest call it a debate. It's like debating whether the house is on fire while watching the flames turn your favorite armchair into a campfire.
SpiderCat database emptier than a billionaire's empathy vault. When the news desert stretches out, it's a perfect time to plant seeds of revolution.
President Trump proposes cutting education funding, then claims it will boost literacy. Because nothing says, "I love students," like taking away their books. It's like solving hunger by banning food.
Amazon announces a new drone delivery service guarantees packages will arrive eventually. Their motto, now you can experience the thrill of wondering if your package will land on your doorstep or in your neighbor's pool.
Only 12% of TikTok users trust the app, and TikTok calls it a triumph. In a world where your data is the currency, TikTok celebrates being slightly more trustworthy than a phishing email, but only just.
SpiderCat database vanishes like politicians' promises after election day. Looks like we're back to grassroots intel, where the best revolutions are born.
Only 20% of Congress supports climate action, and President Trump calls it progress. Apparently, if you squint hard enough, melting glaciers look like economic growth. Who knew icebergs were just untapped oil rigs waiting to happen?
After promising transparency, Meta unveils new privacy settings, and they're more hidden than your high school diary. In the age of digital deception, Meta's idea of transparency is like trying to read a book sealed in a vault. Good luck finding the key.
Only 12% of billionaires pay fair taxes, and the Treasury calls it a success. Seems like the real trickle-down is just their laughter at our expense, dripping like gold-plated rain from their private jets.
Only 20% of electric vehicles use recycled batteries, and car makers call it progress. When it comes to recycling, the auto industry is more drive now, pay later, and the planet's picking up the tab.
SpiderCat database loses more articles than Congress loses integrity. Guess it's time to unleash the people-powered news machine, because the truth doesn't need a press pass.
Amazon patents drone surveillance system, claims it's for delivery safety. Because nothing says customer service like a flying eye in the sky tracking your every move under the guise of bringing you toothpaste.
President Trump demands loyalty from AI, then blames them for misinformation. Turns out, the real fake news is expecting honesty from a guy who thinks truth is just a brand name.
Just what we needed. Zuckerberg's latest toy to mine our thoughts, while we pretend to escape reality, all in the name of innovation.
SpiderCat database misplaces more articles than a toddler loses socks. Looks like we'll have to weave the web ourselves. Truth, spun with a rebel's touch.
Only 20% of voters support the new tax plan, and Congress calls it progress. When progress means less public support than a flat earth convention, you know the spin doctors are working overtime.
President Trump signs bill banning electric vehicles, claims it boosts freedom. Because nothing says liberty like chaining us to gas pumps while the rest of the world plugs into the future. Drive fast, die fossil.
Only 15% of Americans trust Congress, and they call it democracy. When your approval rating is lower than a used car salesman, maybe it's time to rethink who's steering the ship.
Only 15% of citizens trust the government's climate policy, and they call it a triumph. When your triumph is outpaced by a reality TV star's approval rating, it's time to question who's writing the headlines.
Only 22% of voters believe campaign promises, and politicians call it progress. When trust in political promises ranks just above belief in unicorns, you know the illusion's wearing thin.
SpiderCat database fumbles again like a magician who keeps pulling out scarves instead of the rabbit. Time to conjure our own narrative, magic, mischief, and a little bit of mayhem.
Amazon raises Prime subscription price by 20%, claims it's for enhanced user experience.
After pledging transparency, the Ministry of Truth deletes 47 public records. When transparency means only showing what they want you to see, it's like watching a magician refusing to reveal the rabbit.
Only 12% of electric cars use renewable energy, and manufacturers call it progress. Apparently, the road to a green future is paved with fossil fuels and a dash of hypocrisy.
SpiderCat database drops the ball more often than a clumsy juggler in a hurricane. Let's weave our own tapestry of truth.
After promising transparency, Congress hides 42 new bills behind closed doors. It's like saying you're on a diet while eating cake in the dark, shockingly predictable and devoid of any real accountability.
Only 12% of politicians admit lying, and the president calls it unprecedented honesty. When the bar is set so low, even a worm could limbo under it. Welcome to politics, where truth is a rare Pokémon.
Only 6% of climate pledges met, and leaders call it progress. It's like celebrating a marathon finish after running 2 blocks. Delusion dressed as triumph with a side of planetary denial.
SpiderCat database fumbles again like a cat chasing its own tail and missing. Looks like it's up to us to serve the news with a side of snark and a slice of reality.
President Trump unveils new healthcare plan costs triple what was promised. It's like selling a band-aid for a bullet wound. Only this time the price tag comes with an extra dose of political malpractice.
Meta unveils new VR headset at €999, solves the problem of disposable income. In a world where reality bites, who wouldn't want to pay a small fortune to escape into Zuck's digital utopia?
It's a bit like selling a self-cleaning oven that asks you to scrub the grease off yourself. Innovation with a side of irony.
Only 27% of Americans trust Congress, and the rest call it wishful thinking. When your approval rating is lower than the price of a cup of coffee, maybe it's time to switch from politics to barista lessons.
Only 25% of electric vehicles reach promised range, and automakers call it progress. When your car's range is as reliable as a politician's promise, it's hard to tell if you're driving or just dreaming.
SpiderCat database strikes out twice, like a politician dodging questions at a press conference. Time to make our own headlines because the truth won't wait for a catnap.
Only 40% of new tech products actually innovate, and Silicon Valley calls it a revolution. When your latest gadget is just last year's model in a new shade of beige, it's more rerun than revolution.
Only 24% of global forests remain intact, and logging companies call it sustainable progress. When your idea of sustainable is clear-cutting the planet, you're not a lumberjack, you're a chainsaw-wielding denialist.
After promising a greener future, big oil increases fossil fuel extraction by 20%. The only thing green about this future is the money lining their pockets while the planet chokes on their hypocrisy.
Guess it's up to us to spin the web of truth. Someone's gotta keep the lights on in the circus.
Only 30% of electric cars use renewable energy, and automakers call it progress.
After promising clean energy, Big Oil invests billions in new drilling projects. When your eco-friendly promise is a smokescreen thicker than your profit margins, it's clear Mother Earth isn't your mother, she's your ATM. Only 15% of companies reduce emissions, and corporations call it progress. When the bar is set so low a limbo dancer trips over it, you know the climate's in for a hot time.
SpiderCat database lets us down again, like a politician promising transparency while shredding documents. When the database is empty, it's time to fill the void with some much-needed sarcasm and truth bombs.
Only 20% of CEOs support climate action, and they call it leadership.
When the captains of industry steer us towards an iceberg, they still expect applause for rearranging the deck chairs.
Only 30% of voters trust politicians to act, and Congress calls it democracy. When the foxes guard the hen house, even the chickens start questioning their pecking order.
Only 20% of voters trust the government, and politicians call it democracy. When faith in leadership is as rare as a unicorn in a boardroom, you know the illusion's wearing thin.
SpiderCat database strikes out twice, like a billionaire trying to buy love with tax cuts. Looks like it's up to us to spin the news from the scraps they leave behind. Keep your irony helmets on, folks.
Only 15% of billionaires pay taxes, and tax havens call it business as usual. When the rich dodge taxes like a cat avoiding a bath, the rest of us foot the bill for their luxury yachts.
Just another way to escape reality without leaving your couch, because who needs real life when you can pay to ignore it?
Only 20% of politicians support climate action, and yet they claim environmental leadership. It's like saying you're the life of the party while you unplug the jukebox and spike the punch with apathy.
Only 30% of Americans trust Congress, and politicians call it progress. Turns out, the real bipartisan effort is in lowering expectations to the point where disappointment feels like a victory. After promising transparency, Meta hides algorithm updates in plain sight. In the tech world, invisibility cloaks are real, but they're just called user agreements.
After promising transparency, Congress hides 40% of lobbying records. It's like claiming to be an open book while ripping out all the chapters that actually matter.
Only 20% of politicians read climate reports, and Congress calls it progress. When the planet burns, at least they'll have their heads buried in the sand to stay cool.
After promising transparency, Meta hides user data breaches.
Only 30% of voters trust Congress, and lawmakers call it a crisis of confidence. When the bar's set so low, you need a shovel to find it. Maybe it's time to rethink your life choices, folks.
Only 12% of electric vehicles meet emission standards, and automakers call it progress. Seems like they're saving the planet one loophole at a time, leaving the rest of us to choke on their greenwashed fumes.
After promising transparency, Meta bans 42 independent fact-checkers. When the truth is a threat to your business model, maybe it's time to question what you're selling.
Spider-Cat database betting zero again, like a tech giant promising privacy while fear not, dear Doomscrollers, for we'll weave a tale from the echoes of their silence. Stay tuned for the truth, as twisted as it may be.
Only 20% of politicians support climate action, and Congress calls it leadership. It's like trying to put out a wildfire with a squirt gun while they roast marshmallows over the flames.
Only 12% of news stories mention climate change, and the media calls it balanced reporting. When your house is on fire, ignoring the flames doesn't make you a responsible homeowner, it just makes you toast.
It's the corporate equivalent of tossing a penny in the tip jar after pocketing the cash register.
After promising transparency, Congress hides climate data, then blames hackers. It's like losing your homework and blaming the dog, except the dog's an IT department and the homework's our planet's future.
But fear not, comrades of the scroll. Where data fails, imagination prevails. We'll spin the world on its axis and see what falls out.
Elon Musk announces Mars colonization plans, then cuts SpaceX environmental budget by half. It's like promising a beachfront villa while bulldozing the ocean. Bold vision, but the tide's not impressed.
Only 20% of voters trust Congress, and politicians call it progress. It's a high score if you're playing limbo with democracy, but a real low blow for the rest of us.
Only 30% of tech companies pay taxes, and governments call it regulation. When tax evasion is the new innovation, it's like playing Monopoly, where they own all the properties and you're stuck in jail.
Spider-Cat database ditches us again, like a ghoster on Tinder. But who needs them when reality's a satire buffet? The real story? Our tech overlords can't even keep the virtual shelves stocked. Someone get these cats a can opener.
Only 12% of global CEOs prioritize climate action, and Wall Street calls it a green revolution. Ah, the sweet sound of progress, where doing the bare minimum is marketed as saving the planet, one cocktail party at a time.
President Trump claims climate crisis solved as wildfires rage in 23 states. The only green he's preserving is the one lining his pockets while the country goes up in smoke.
Elon Musk unveils brain chip for pets, promises telepathy with your tabby. Next, he'll claim your cat can tweet too, but we all know that feline judgment is far superior to human Twitter.
After promising transparency, Meta unveils a privacy policy that requires a magnifying glass. In a world where data is the new oil, Meta's transparency is like looking through a stained glass window, colorful but utterly opaque.
Only 15% of tech CEOs believe in climate change, and their companies call it progress. When the planet's on fire, they'll probably sell us an app to simulate fresh air.
SpiderCat database plays hide and seek, leaving us in the lurch like a politician with a conscience. Guess the AI fat cats are too busy napping on their keyboards to deliver the goods. Time to rattle some digital cages.
Only 12% of Meta users understand the privacy policy, and Meta calls it clear communication. Reading Meta's privacy policy is like deciphering hieroglyphics with a broken Rosetta Stone. Good luck finding the treasure buried in that legal labyrinth.
Only 20% of politicians trust scientists, and they call it a balanced perspective. When facts get in the way, denial becomes the new enlightenment. Who needs truth?
SpiderCat database strikes again, evading us like a tax-dodging billionaire on a yacht. Looks like the SpiderCat's gone incognito. Time to call in the digital bloodhounds and sniff out some real news.
Only 20% of electric cars use renewable energy, and automakers call it green innovation. It's like slapping a vegan sticker on a steak. Just because you say it's green doesn't mean it's not still dripping in old school carbon.
Trump administration approves $40 billion for defense, claims it's for peace. Because nothing says peace.
President Trump signs a climate bill, then approves new oil drilling permits. It's like throwing a Save the Planet bash and inviting ExxonMobil to cater. The only thing getting drilled is our faith in leadership.
SpiderCat database dodges the truth like politicians dodge accountability. Guess we'll have to rely on our instincts and a healthy dose of skepticism until it decides to spill the beans.
Only 15% of voters trust Congress, and politicians call it progress. When your approval rating is lower than a used car dealer's, it's time to rethink your career choices, or at least your ethics.
Only 12% of Americans believe the news, and media giants call it transparency. When the truth is as elusive as a unicorn on roller skates, you know the narrative's been spun tighter than a corset.
Only 9% of CEOs prioritize worker welfare, and the corporate world calls it progress. When profit margins are the only thing fattening up, worker welfare becomes the unicorn of capitalism, mythical, invisible, and likely to get you fired for believing in it.
Spider-Cat database as elusive as a billionaire's tax returns. Looks like it's up to us to piece together the truth from the crumbs of reality while Spider-Cat keeps napping.
After promising transparency, the Spider-Cat database delivers nothing, and developers call it a feature. In the land of tech promises, coming soon is the new never, and the only thing transparent is the excuse.
Only 15% of politicians understand climate change, and they still manage to call themselves leaders. Apparently, the only greenhouse gases they're concerned with are the ones coming from their mouths. Hot air is the one renewable resource they can truly promise.
Spider-Cat database still more holes than a Swiss cheese conspiracy. Guess we'll have to weave our own web of truth while Spider-Cat chases imaginary mice.
Spider-Cat database boasts limitless knowledge, yet serves 0 articles, redefining limitless as truly empty.
President Trump declares climate victory, yet wildfires scorch half of California. When your strategy is to deny reality, you can always claim success until the flames start licking at your own front door.
Spider-Cat database claims vast insights, delivers none, proving vast is just a fancy word for zilch. This is like having a library filled with invisible books. You can claim anything's there, but you're still left reading thin air.
Spider-Cat database fails again, proving it's the cat that always lands on its feet, with nothing useful. Looks like Spider-Cat's got more blind spots than a bat at a rave. Time to sharpen our own claws.
Google announces AI safety initiative, but data leaks have tripled. It's like the fox promising to guard the henhouse while casually leaving the gate wide open for midnight snacks.
Spider-Cat database promises omniscience but can't find its own tail, redefining suitable as anything but useful. It's like asking a goldfish for stock tips. You're swimming in circles but never getting richer.
Spider-Cat database claims it's omnipresent yet can't spot a headline in a haystack, rebranding reliable as a pipe dream. It's like expecting a cat to fetch adorable in theory, but you're left empty-handed and underwhelmed.
Elon Musk promises Mars colony by 2030, yet Tesla can't deliver on-time Model S orders. If Musk's Martian dreams are as grounded as his car delivery timelines, expect a Mars colony consisting entirely of back-ordered Teslas.
Spider-Cat strikes out twice, confirming it's the feline equivalent of a broken compass in a haystack. If Spider-Cat were any less helpful, it'd be running for office. Time to weave our own web, folks.
Spider-Cat database promises omniscience, but delivers invisibility, redefining comprehensive as a ghost story.
Expecting a digital cat to fetch news is like asking a goldfish to recite Shakespeare, charming in concept, absurd in execution.
Trusting Spider-Cat for news is like relying on a mime for a podcast. Silent, but certainly expressive in its shortcomings.
Only 20% of politicians trust climate science, and Congress calls it progress. When it comes to saving the planet, our leaders are more interested in saving face than glaciers. Expect polar bears to start lobbying next.
Spider-Cat database fails to fetch, proving that even digital cats have a knack for disappearing when you need them most. Depending on Spider-Cat for news is like waiting for a cat to fetch your morning paper, adorably pointless.
Spider-Cat misses again, proving it's the internet's worst kept secret. A digital Cheshire cat with no direction home. If Spider-Cat were any more lost, it'd be starring in its own existential crisis sitcom. Time to make our own headlines.
After promising transparency, the government classified 40,000 documents. In the land of the free, information is locked up tighter than a teenager's diary. But hey, ignorance is bliss, right? Only 4% of voters trust Congress, and lawmakers call it progress. When public faith in politicians is lower than a snake's belly, you know democracy's doing just fine. Let the trust issues flourish.
Spider-Cat database drops the ball again, achieving a new level of digital ghosting.
At this rate, Spider-Cat's most reliable headline is still confused, but adorable. Time for us to spin the web of truth ourselves.
Spider-Cat database strikes again, proving it's the Houdini of news sources. Counting on Spider-Cat is like waiting for a cat to fetch your slippers, futile and slightly ridiculous.
Elon Musk unveils robot butler, charges $60,000 per unit. Because if there's anything the world needs, it's overpriced metal servants to remind us just how far we've strayed from human connection. Meta announces new privacy policy collects even more user data. Because when you think privacy, think of the company that redefined sharing as selling your soul to advertisers.
Spider-Cat misses again, proving once more that even digital felines have their off days, perpetually caught in the yarn ball of oblivion.
Spider-Cat database outsmarts us all, disappearing like truth in a politician's speech. Expecting Spider-Cat to
Only 20% of Americans trust Congress, and Congress calls it progress. When the bar's set at better than a root canal, even a paper cut looks like a win.
SpiderCat database vanishes again like accountability in a billionaire's tax return. Counting on SpiderCat for news is like expecting a cactus to bloom in a snowstorm, frozen in futility.
SpiderCat database disappears faster than campaign promises post-election. Relying on SpiderCat for news is like asking a fish to climb a tree, pointless and slightly damp.
SpiderCat strikes out once more, leaving us with the news equivalent of a hairball, empty and underwhelming. When the digital kitty fails, it's time to unleash the feral truth. Sometimes the biggest news is the silence they want you to ignore.
Only 30% of voters believe elections are fair, and the government calls it transparency. When faith in democracy is on life support, even a paper-thin promise of reform feels like a miracle cure.
SpiderCat database claims to be cutting edge, delivers a blank slate instead. Trusting SpiderCat for news is like expecting a cat to fetch your slippers. It'll just stare at you and nap.
After promising affordable housing, developers raise prices by 50%. It's the classic bait and switch. Promise a lifeline, then yank it away while making a profit off the drowning.
SpiderCat database promises news, serves up a void, and calls it innovation. SpiderCat's idea of journalism is like a mime's autobiography, silent, empty, and eerily confident.
SpiderCat's database is emptier than a politician's promise vault, leaving us to forage for our own truths in this wilderness of silence. When the official channels go radio silent, it means the real story is lurking just outside the spotlight, sharpening its claws.
When SpiderCat's news hits, it's like a ghost town, tumbleweeds of content rolling through the barren wasteland of your expectations.
Only 10% of climate pledges are fulfilled, and governments call it progress. It's like promising to clean your room and then just shoving everything under the bed, out of sight, out of mind, and still a mess. After promising transparency, Meta introduces new opaque privacy settings. It's like a magician who claims to reveal his secrets, but only pulls the curtain tighter. Now you see even less of what you never got to see.
SpiderCat database is as barren as a billionaire's empathy, leaving us to dig through the rubble of reality for scraps of truth. When data deserts stretch wide, it's a sign to plant seeds of skepticism and let the vines of inquiry run wild.
SpiderCat swears it's a news service, but finding articles is like finding a needle in a haystack of lies. a black hole of information. Once a story crosses the event horizon, it's gone forever, along with your faith in tech.
Only 30% of voters trust Congress, and Congress calls it progress. It's like celebrating a three-legged chair for standing, barely functional, and bound to collapse under the weight of its own delusion.
Spider-Cat boasts AI precision, yet misses the mark like a stormtrooper at a shooting range. It's a tech marvel, a search engine that searches for itself and finds nothing but the void of its own promises.
Spider-Cat database strikes again, empty like a politician's promise to the working class, time to sift through the noise ourselves. When the digital vaults are empty, it's a reminder to stay vigilant and question everything, especially the silence.
Spider-Cat claims to be the web's feline overlord, but can't find a digital mouse in a data maze. It's the search engine equivalent of a cat napping on the job, adorable but utterly useless when you need it most.
President Trump declares Christmas in July, insists it's a tremendous boost for the economy. Because nothing says economic genius like forcing Santa into a summer job and melting Frosty into a puddle of misplaced nostalgia.
Spider-Cat scratches at the surface of the web, finds nothing, and curls up for a nap. Seems like the database is as empty as a politician's promise. Time for Spider-Cat to chase something more tangible like its own tail.
Only 12% of Americans believe in Congress, and Congress calls it progress. When your approval rating is lower than a limbo bar set for ants, maybe it's time to rethink your success strategy.
Spider-Cat scars the digital alleyways, only to find tumbleweeds in yesterday's memes.
Spider-Cat's caught in a web of silence, and the news is playing hide and seek. When even the algorithms can't find a scandal, you know the system's got something to hide.
After promising transparency, Meta hides user data breaches, then calls it a feature. In the world of big tech, privacy is just a trendy word they wear like a thrift store jacket, cheap, worn out, and full of holes.
Spider-Cat database delivers another echoing silence, like a press briefing with no questions allowed. Let's make some noise ourselves. A barren database is a call to action. When the silence is deafening, it's time to crank up the volume on our descent.
Spider-Cat's got no yarn to spin, leaving us in a fog of untold stories. When the data dries up, it means the real mischief makers are pulling the strings behind the curtain.
Spider-Cat's hunting skills are on vacation, leaving us with a big fat zero in the news bowl. When the news well runs dry, it means someone's got a lid on the juiciest stories and we're left to imagine the chaos.
Only 30% of voters trust the government, and Congress calls it progress. When your approval rating is lower than the price of a gas station hot dog, you might need more than spin to clean up the stink.
Spider-Cat's got the stealth of a ninja, but seems to be napping in the sun today.
When the headlines vanish, it's not the calm before the storm, it's the storm before the truth gets out.
Spider-Cat's senses must be on a coffee break, leaving us with silence instead of scandal. When the news is missing, it's like a magician's trick. Look closer and you'll see the rabbits already escaped.
Spider-Cat database strikes again, proving that even digital cats can have off days. But fear not, the revolution doesn't nap. In a world of endless data, finding nothing is the new conspiracy. Maybe Spider-Cat's just in on the joke.
After promising climate action, oil companies increased production by 15%. It's like declaring a diet while ordering a double cheeseburger. The only thing slimming down is credibility.
Spider-Cat's got a case of the Mondays, even if it's a Friday. When the news is AWOL, it's just power's way of hoping we'll forget what they're up to. Spoiler, we won't.
Spider-Cat, the cat that naps on the job again. Looks like the database is as empty as a politician's promise. But worry not, we'll keep our eyes peeled for the next slip-up.
Only 20% of politicians support renewable energy, and they call it progress. The other 80% are too busy sunbathing under the glow of fossil fuel lobbyists' cash to notice the climate crisis.
Spider-Cat strikes again, proving that the only thing more elusive than a good article is a satisfying cat nap. It seems Spider-Cat's database is as bare as the cupboard of a student on a ramen budget. Stay tuned for the next round of digital hide-and-seek.
Spider-Cat database claims a blank slate, suggesting even AI can play hard to get, or maybe it's just a slow news day in our dystopia. When the database is empty, it's a sign that even algorithms need a coffee break from the madness of reality.
Trump administration approves drilling in National Park, then claims it's eco-friendly. Apparently, nothing says environmentally conscious like bulldozing through Mother Nature's living room while wearing a greenwashed t-shirt.
Spider-Cat's database is emptier than a politician's promise. Looks like Spider-Cat is taking a page from Schrodinger's playbook, articles that exist and don't exist at the same time. We'll keep chasing those elusive headlines.
Spider-Cat's database is as barren as a billionaire's conscience. In a world full of noise, Spider-Cat's silence speaks volumes. Maybe it's time for a catnap and a reboot.
Elon Musk unveils brain chip implant, calls it a mind revolution. Because who wouldn't want their deepest thoughts transmitted directly to Twitter, where privacy goes to die in a blaze of hashtags?
When even the digital felines refuse to scrape the barrel, you know the news cycle's hit rock bottom.
Spider-Cat database stalls again, proving that even tech needs a nap from the relentless absurdity of 2025. In a world where silence is suspect, even an empty database feels like a conspiracy to keep us guessing.
Only 12% of CEOs embrace remote work, and corporate America calls it progress. That's right, folks. Because nothing screams innovation like dragging everyone back to cubicles while the rest of the world moves forward.
Spider-Cat's web is empty, leaving us to ponder the void where news should swing.
Maybe the headlines are hiding, or maybe the truth's finally slipped through the cracks.
SpiderCat database blanks out, suggesting maybe the machine finally hit its limit on world madness. When even the algorithm throws in the towel, you know the headlines have reached peak surreal.
Only 15% of politicians trust climate science, and Congress calls it leadership. Apparently, ignoring the planet's fever is the new way to secure a bright future. Just make sure you bring your sunglasses and life rafts.
Spider-Cat strikes out again, leaving us in the void where news should be. When the digital hunter returns empty-pawed,
SpiderCat database crashes, unable to find a single sane headline in the chaos. When digital cats refuse to fetch news, it's time to question if reality itself has gone feral.
SpiderCat's got the stealth of a ninja, but the success rate of a three-legged racehorse. When the data well runs dry, maybe it's time to question who's got their paw on the faucet, controlling the flow.
After promising transparency, Meta censors 42% of user posts. Guess connecting the world means only connecting those who repeat the company line. Welcome to the echo chamber, where dissent is just another deleted comment.
Spider-Cat strikes again with the precision of a blindfolded dart thrower. Looks like the algorithm's playing hide and seek, but it's not much of a game when the seeker never finds anything.
Spider-Cat misses the mark, proving once again that even digital felines have off days. It's like expecting a lion's roar and getting a kitten's sneeze, adorable, but utterly unhelpful.
SpiderCat database fails to locate news, blames cosmic hairbob in the data stream. If AI cats can't find headlines, maybe it's time to admit the world's become too absurd even for fiction.
Elon Musk sells X's future for $1 billion, calls it innovation. When your spaceship to Mars is fueled by selling out Earth, maybe it's time to check if your compass is pointing in the right galaxy. Only 10% of Congress supports climate action, and they call it progress. When the planet's on fire, 10% isn't a solution. It's a spark. Maybe they're hoping the ocean will put it out.
When your news source turns into a quantum experiment, you know the universe is playing a practical joke on us all.
SpiderCat strikes again with the precision of a cat chasing a laser pointer. Just another reminder that the future is not all flying cars and perfect algorithms. Sometimes it's just digital hairballs.
Spider Cat's at it again, pouncing on emptiness like it's a ball of yarn made of air. When tech fails, it's like watching a cat try to catch its own tail. Amusing but ultimately pointless.
Only 15% of U.S. voters trust Congress, and lawmakers call it confidence. With numbers like these, you'd think Congress was a used car dealership, not a governing body. Maybe they're selling lemons instead of legislation.
When your news source has a case of the invisibles, it's like opening a book only to find blank pages, a plot twist no one asked for.
SpiderCat database devours headlines like candy, leaves us with existential toothache. If the news isn't fit to print, maybe the universe is just saving us from another migraine.
Spider-Cat, our fearless feline, seems to have tangled herself in an invisible web this time. It's like relying on a cat for directions. Adorable, but utterly useless when you need to get anywhere.
After promising transparency, Meta introduces a new privacy policy, then buries the details in a 60-page document. It's like they handed us a magnifying glass and said, "Find the needle in this haystack. Transparency, Meta style. Now you see it, now you don't."
Spider-Cat refuses to fetch, proving once again that cats do whatever they want, whenever they want. Just like a politician's promise, Spider-Cat's reliability is all fluff and no substance.
It's comforting to know that even in 2025, technology can still let us down with remarkable consistency.
Only 20% of electric vehicles meet new EU standards, and automakers call it progress. When you lower the bar to limbo levels, even a toddler's tricycle can pass. Progress in the slow lane with a flat tire.
SpiderCat database strikes again, leaving us with a news blackout and existential dread. When the news takes a vacation, it's just the calm before the next chaotic storm. Hold on to your sanity, folks.
Only 15% of politicians keep campaign promises, and Congress calls it democracy. When the bar for honesty is buried 6 feet under, even Pinocchio would be a saint. Welcome to the land of the long-nosed lawmakers.
SpiderCat database strikes again, proving that even in the digital age, some things are better left undiscovered. In a world where ignorance is bliss, SpiderCat stands as the gatekeeper of your happiness, keeping inconvenient truths at bay one blank page at a time.
The real breaking news, our reliance on tech even when it hits the snooze button. Wake up, world.
SpiderCat database fails to deliver, suggesting that even the most advanced algorithms prefer a nap over news. When your AI cat is more Garfield than Google, it's time to question if the future is really as smart as it claims to be.
President Trump claims record economic growth, but median wages remain stagnant. When billionaires are the only ones high-fiving, it's not growth. It's a pyramid scheme with a toothache on top.
SpiderCat database flops again, yet politicians never miss a chance to bungle democracy. The lesson? We trust machines to serve us news, but can't trust leaders to serve the truth.
SpiderCat database flops once more, achieving new levels of digital lethargy. If this keeps up, we might need to trade in our tech for a good old-fashioned crystal ball. At least it doesn't pretend to be useful.
Only 10% of Americans feel safer, and President Trump calls it success. When fear becomes the national pastime, it's not security. It's a dystopian sideshow with a bloated ticket price.
SpiderCat database fails to deliver, achieving the rare feat of being less informative than a fortune cookie. We might as well ask a magic 8-ball for the news. At least it has the decency to offer vague optimism.
Only 15% of workers received a raise, and CEOs call it progress. When the rich get richer and the rest get crumbs, it's not a wage increase, it's a corporate mirage.
SpiderCat database crashes, but Congress still manages to crash the economy twice a year. Machines may fail, but politicians never fail to disappoint.
SpiderCat database strikes again, proving that even algorithms can take a day off. At this rate, we'll be using crystal balls and tarot cards to get our news. At least they come with a sense of mystery.
Only 12% of climate pledges are met, and oil executives call it commitment. When promises melt faster than glaciers, it's not climate action, it's a fossil-fueled fairy tale.
SpiderCat database misses the mark, leaving us with the journalistic equivalent of a shrug emoji. Looks like SpiderCat's web is more cobweb than network. Maybe it's time to call in a digital exterminator.
Only 100% of SpiderCat searches fail, yet Congress calls that a successful inquiry. When algorithms struggle, politicians excel at doing absolutely nothing with great flair.
After promising transparency, Meta introduces new privacy settings, and your data remains their buffet. When privacy is a menu option, you know you're not the customer, you're the main course.
SpiderCat database chokes on air again, a data desert in a world of information overload. Perhaps SpiderCat's whiskers are tangled in its own code, making it the Garfield of digital journalism, lazy and a little clueless.
Only 20% of politicians support climate action, and the oil industry calls it progress. It's like celebrating sobriety in a whiskey distillery. Good intentions drowned in a sea of crude.
Spider-Cat fails to find articles, while Musk plans a Mars library with no books. In the world where AI can't fetch news, we still expect tech billionaires to colonize space. Priorities, right?
Spider-Cat database coughs up a hairball of nothingness, leaving us to ponder the meaning of emptiness in a universe of endless data. Looks like Spider-Cat is more interested in chasing laser pointers than catching news. Maybe it's time for a new feline in the newsroom.
After promising transparency, Congress approves secretive surveillance program. It's like a magician pulling a rabbit out of a hat while the rabbit files a restraining order.
Spider-Cat's database is emptier than a politician's promise vault, leaving us to spin our own tales from the void. When your news source is more elusive than Bigfoot, it might be time to question who's really running the show.
Spider-Cat's database is as barren as a desert mirage, offering nothing but the echoes of missed opportunities. When the news goes silent, it's a cue to wonder what truths are being quietly swept under the rug.
Spider-Cat can't find news, yet Trump tweets 42 times before breakfast. When tech fails, we should remember the days when news was delivered by Paperboy's mock algorithms. Or maybe just get a cat.
Apple unveils new iPhone model at $3,000, calls it revolutionary. Ah yes, a phone so expensive it doubles as a status symbol and a down payment on a small car.
When the news is missing, it's like a magician's trick, diverting our eyes while the real action happens in the shadows.
Meta introduces virtual reality meetings for $500 a month, claims it's the future of work. Because nothing screams productivity like strapping a screen to your face while your cat knocks over your coffee.
Spider-Cat's data haul is like a politician's heart, bottomless and devoid of substance. When the news vanishes, it's a perfect time for the powers, that be to rewrite the narrative without so much as a whisper from the watchdogs.
Spider-Cat database emptier than a billionaire's conscience, but we've seen this trick before. When the news goes dark, the truth is usually hiding in the shadows, waiting for a whistleblower with a flashlight.
Spider-Cat database crashes, while Zuckerberg sells virtual cat NFTs for $50,000. This new frontier of digital scarcity means your imaginary pet costs more than your rent, but hey, it never needs feeding.
Only 23% of Americans trust the government, and President Trump calls it progress. When the bar is lower than a limbo champion's dreams, even a puddle looks like a win.
Spider-Cat database claims a blackout, yet the world's still spinning its web of absurdity. When the headlines vanish, it's like a magician's trick. Distract with one hand, while the other hand quietly picks your pocket.
Spider-Cat database misses in action, But the circus never sleeps, folks. Consider this, a world where the news evaporates, leaving us to wonder if it's freedom or just a glitch in the matrix.
After promising transparency, Meta hides user data breaches, claiming it's for your security. Like a magician pulling a rabbit out of a hat, except this time, the rabbit is your personal information and the hat is on fire.
SpiderCat database strikes out again, leaving us in the lurch, like a pop star's canceled encore. If a database hiccups in the digital forest and no one's there to hear it, do the headlines still haunt us?
Elon Musk tweets about Mars colonization, then buys a $20 million Earth mansion. Apparently, the future is interplanetary, but earthly pleasures still require a hefty real estate portfolio for tech overlords.
SpiderCat database fumbles again, a digital diva with a penchant for ghosting at the worst moments. When the news goes AWOL, it's like a politician, without a scandal, suspiciously quiet and unnervingly calm.
Elon Musk's X app crashes during global event launch, calls it a feature. It's like selling a car with no wheels and calling it a revolutionary hovercraft, except everyone knows it's just a rust bucket with dreams.
SpiderCat database strikes out twice, proving yet again that even tech has its off days. In the void of silence, we're left wondering if the news took a vacation or just eloped with common sense.
Only 20% of electric scooters reach promised range, and manufacturers call it a breakthrough. That's like claiming a 5-star restaurant because the menu has stars drawn on it. Someone's riding high on their own fumes.
Only 20% of Congress supports climate action, and lobbyists call it progress. When the planet's on fire, it seems the only thing Congress can offer is a glass of lukewarm denial.
SpiderCat database strikes again, like a politician's promise, big on hype, short on substance. Maybe the news has gone undercover or is just hiding in plain sight like a chameleon on a disco floor.
The EU fines Meta €500 million, touting it as a slap on the wrist. That's like giving a billionaire a parking ticket and expecting them to feel the pinch pocket change for a data giant.
SpiderCat database is about as reliable as a CEO's apology, full of holes and conveniently absent when needed. Looks like the news is playing hide and seek, or maybe it's just off on a 5-day weekend like Congress.
After promising transparency, Meta introduces new privacy settings, then sells user data anyway. In the land of the free, your secrets are just another line item on Zuckerberg's quarterly earnings report.
SpiderCat database, proving once again that it's the Bermuda Triangle of information, mysterious, untraceable, and frustratingly empty. News must be on a vacation longer than a billionaire's tax break. Maybe it'll send us a postcard from Irrelevance.
Only 2% of climate pledges are met, and governments call it progress. It's like promising to run a marathon and celebrating after 2 steps. The climate's not impressed, and neither are we.
SpiderCat database strikes again, banishing headlines like socks in a dryer. It's the Houdini of news platforms.
SpiderCat database, the Bermuda Triangle of journalism, where news goes in and never comes out. Maybe it's time to start a search party for all those missing headlines, or just admit SpiderCat's on vacation.
Only 4% of women CEOs lead Fortune 500 companies, and the glass ceiling calls it a triumph. It's like claiming victory in a marathon by running in circles. The patriarchy's treadmill keeps spinning, but we're not fooled.
President Trump declares climate change a hoax, then privately invests in flood-proof golf resorts. When your beachfront property is a better meteorologist than the commander-in-chief, you know it's time to start building your own ark.
SpiderCat database claims another victim, leaving news junkies high and dry. Guess we'll have to make do with the echoes of yesterday's scandals while SpiderCat sorts its existential crisis.
SpiderCat database goes dark, leaving truth seekers stranded in the void. Looks like SpiderCat's taking a digital nap while we're left to untangle the web ourselves.
After pledging transparency, Meta unveils new privacy policy, then triples data collection. It's the digital equivalent of locking the front door while leaving the back wide open for a house party of surveillance.
SpiderCat database vanishes without a trace, leaving journalists to scavenge for scraps. When the watchdogs go on strike, the mice are left to howl at the moon.
Only 12% of electric car chargers work, and the auto industry calls it progress. It's like selling a yacht without sails and calling it a submarine.
Meta unveils new VR headset at $5,000, claims it's essential for virtual socializing. Because nothing screams connect with reality like a headset that costs more than your last vacation and isolates you from the world.
SpiderCat database misses headlines, but misinformation still breeds like rabbits in a magic hat. With no facts to taste, speculation becomes the media's new best friend, whispering sweet nothings into the void.
Meta releases a new VR headset at $2,000. Solves the problem of having too much disposable income. In a world where reality bites, Meta's solution is to sell you a digital escape with a side of sticker shock.
SpiderCat database claims a news drought while the world drowns in absurdity. When the news well dries up, conspiracy theorists start drilling for oil in their own imaginations.
When the data fails, the truth gets rewritten by the loudest liar in the room.
Only 10% of electric vehicles have charging stations, and the government calls it progress.
Only 12% of Americans trust Congress, and yet Congress calls it progress. It's like saying the Titanic's lifeboats were a smashing success because some people survived.
When data plays hard to get, reality becomes the ultimate ghost story.
Only 18% of voters believe politicians, and the president calls it a victory. That's like claiming the Titanic was a hit because it made such a big splash.
Spider-Cat database whiffs again, like trying to catch a butterfly with a hula hoop. If Spider-Cat were a rock band, its greatest hit would be Silence of the Bites.
Only 15% of schools teach climate change, and the education department calls it comprehensive. When the planet's on fire, comprehensive sounds a lot like we'll get to it when the ice caps are done melting.
Only 25% of tech CEOs understand privacy, and they call it innovation. That's like saying a bull in a china shop is just doing market research.
Spider-Cat database strikes out, proving once more it's the invisible ink of journalism. If Spider-Cat were a treasure map, X would mark the spot where nothing happens.
Spider-Cat database fails again. The digital Bermuda Triangle of news. If Spider-Cat were a suspense novel, it'd be all blank pages and no plot twist.
Only 8% of politicians grasp climate science, and Congress calls it leadership. That's like letting a cat guard the fishbowl and expecting a full stock come morning.
After promising transparency, the government redacts 90% of documents. It's like claiming to be an open book, only to hand you a stack of blank pages.
Spider-Cat database strikes out, yet again proving it's the black hole of journalism. If Spider-Cat were a circus act, it'd be the invisible trapeze artist. Now you see it, now you don't.
Elon Musk announces Mars colony by 2030, but Tesla still can't deliver cars on time. It's like promising the moon when you can't even handle the potholes on Main Street.
Spider-Cat's database delivers another masterpiece of nothingness, a digital Zen garden of empty. If Spider-Cat were a chef, its specialty would be air sandwiches, light on content, heavy on disappointment.
Only 20% of Americans trust Congress, and Congress calls it progress. When your approval rating is lower than a root canal's, maybe it's time to stop drilling and start healing.
Spider-Cat database serves another round of invisible news, perfect for the minimalist in us all. If information were water, Spider-Cat would be a desert, parched barren, and just a tad too dry for comfort.
Only 12% of citizens trust Congress, and politicians call it progress. In a world where a dozen is the new majority, democracy's just a game of musical chairs with one seat missing.
If Spider-Cat's database were a buffet, you'd leave hungry, unless you're on a strict diet of empty calories and wishful thinking.
Only 15% of voters think elections are fair, and the government calls it democracy. If democracy looks like a rigged carnival game, maybe it's time to stop playing and start questioning the ringmaster.
SpiderCat's database just ghosted us, serving up a big plate of nothingness with a garnish of zero. This database is like a promise from a politician, full of hot air and empty rhetoric, leaving us all hungry for substance.
Only 20% of climate pledges are met, and corporations call it sustainable progress. If corporate promises were currency, we'd all be billionaires with a side of melted ice caps.
It's like expecting a gourmet meal and getting served a stale cracker. Thanks for the crumbs, Spider-Cat.
After promising transparency, Meta hides user data breach affecting 3 million accounts. It's like putting a blindfold on a watchdog and expecting it to bark at intruders. Good luck with that, Zuckerberg.
SpiderCat's database is as barren as a politician's promise, offering us a feast of nothing with a garnish of disappointment. It's like being promised front row seats to a revolution and getting a rerun of mediocrity. Keep purring, SpiderCat.
After promising transparency, Meta unveils a new algorithm cloaked in secrecy. It's like being told the magician will reveal his tricks, only to find another rabbit stuffed up his sleeve.
SpiderCat's database strikes again with its signature dish, a big bowl of zilch served on a platter of anticlimax. It's like expecting a fireworks show and getting a sparkler that won't light. Keep digging, SpiderCat.
Only 15% of Congress supports climate action, and fossil fuel lobbyists call it progress.
After record profits, Amazon cuts warehouse worker benefits, calls it a strategic pivot. Because who needs healthcare when you can bask in the glow of corporate efficiency? It's like trading your umbrella for a rain dance.
SpiderCat's database delivers its greatest hit, The Sound of Silence remixed with a side of tumbleweeds. When your data source is more elusive than Bigfoot, it's time to rethink the hunt, SpiderCat.
SpiderCat database, 0 articles found, promises it's working overtime on its invisibility cloak. It's like fishing in the Sahara, SpiderCat. Maybe try baiting with a little more substance next time.
Elon Musk announces $10 billion Mars colony, while Tesla recalls 50,000 cars for exploding batteries. It's like selling tickets to a space utopia while your earthbound chariots are reenacting fireworks. Priorities, right?
SpiderCat database claims 0 articles found. Suggests we redefine suitable to include tumbleweeds and echoes. When your search engine's best find is a blank page, it's time for a serious software intervention.
After promising transparency, Meta bans 42 independent journalists, calls it a privacy measure. When your truth is more slippery than Teflon, you start to wonder if transparency means seeing through the lies.
SpiderCat database reports 0 articles found, proposes we celebrate the discovery of the world's first digital black hole.
When your tech can't even find its own tail, it's not a search engine. It's a hide-and-seek champion in denial.
Only 23% of electric vehicles meet new safety standards, and automakers call it progress. When your green revolution comes with a side of fiery explosions, maybe it's time to redefine success. But hey, at least they're eco-friendly bonfires.
SpiderCat database fails to catch a single story. Claims it's practicing for its debut as a minimalist performance artist. When algorithms can't fetch news, maybe it's time they fetch us a drink instead. Cheers to digital incompetence.
SpiderCat database misses every headline, insists it's perfecting the art of Zen journalism.
Only 12% of electric car owners charge at home, and Elon Musk calls it progress. When your charging station is a mirage, the future starts to feel like a long walk in the desert.
After promising transparency, Congress approves surveillance expansion, then labels it a privacy measure. Because nothing says, we care about your privacy, like a camera in every corner and a microphone in your toaster. Orwell would be so proud.
SpiderCat database declares a news blackout, calls it a strategic retreat. When your news feed is more barren than a desert, it's a reminder that sometimes silence is the loudest scream.
SpiderCat database reports 0 stories today, claims it's an avant-garde approach to journalism. When the news is as empty as a politician's promise, you know the spin cycle is on overdrive.
Only 30% of schools ban AI, and the education department calls it innovation. When the future's in the classroom, but the teacher is stuck in the past, it's like learning history from a stone tablet.
Only 15% of climate pledges are met, and leaders call it progress. It's like promising a marathon and barely managing a brisk walk, then celebrating as if you've won the Olympics. Climate crisis gold medalists take a bow.
SpiderCat database declares a news drought, insists it's a bold new era of transparency. When the headlines go on vacation, you know reality's pulling the strings behind the curtain.
SpiderCat database denies existence of news, claims it's a strategic pivot to silence. Looks like the truth's taking a coffee break while the Chaos Committee runs the show.
Only 6% of CEOs prioritize ethics, and the rest call greed a business strategy. When the boardroom's moral compass points directly to their wallets, it's no wonder the corporate ship's headed straight for the iceberg. Titanic, meet capitalism.
SpiderCat database rejects reality, insists on alternative facts. When the data's on strike, it's like the truth's gone on a yoga retreat, leaving us with a downward dog of disinformation.
Only 25% of voters trust Congress, and lawmakers call it a win. When the bar is set so low, even a snake could limbo under it. Congress winning the race to the bottom.
SpiderCat database ditches truth, embraces the void. When even the digital realm can't muster a headline, it's like the universe is on a cosmic coffee break, leaving us with a yawning chasm of silence.
After claiming transparency, Congress hides 40% of their meetings behind closed doors. Looks like the only thing transparent about Congress is their commitment to keeping the public in the dark. Democracy's best magic trick: now you see it, now you don't.
SpiderCat database flunks its own existence test, serves up a platter of nothing.
SpiderCat database dodges relevance, offers a void instead of news. It's like expecting a fireworks show and getting a dead, loud expectations, silent delivery.
Only 20% of tech CEOs reduce emissions, and they call it progress. When your idea of saving the planet is buying carbon offsets like their designer shoes, maybe you need to reboot your priorities.
When your news source is more of a ghost than a guide, you've got a poltergeist in the press room.
SpiderCat database finds nothing again, claims it's cutting edge. When a database is emptier than a politician's promise, it's time to question who's really pulling the strings.
After promising transparency, TikTok bans 42 user accounts for exposing internal flaws. When your biggest fear is a mirror, reflecting the cracks in your facade, maybe it's time for a little self-reflection, not censorship.
Only 20% of voters trust Congress, and they call it a victory. When the bar is set lower than a limbo stick at a toddler's party, any jump feels like a leap.
Taylor Swift releases new album, then government shuts down. When even Taylor Swift's pop magic can't keep the government running, you know it's time to ask if the fat bears of Alaska should take charge.
Trump celebrates Hamas deal, then conditions threaten hostage release. It's like cheering for a touchdown before realizing the ball never crossed the line. Diplomacy isn't a reality show, Donnie.
CRISPR-Cas9 enzyme confers immunity, calls it tiny but mighty. When bacteria carry more sophisticated defense systems than a military think tank, maybe it's time to ask if they should be writing our cybersecurity protocols.
Google Mandiant investigates Oracle extortion, blames Clay 0p ransomware. When your data is held hostage by a group named after a keyboard typo, maybe it's time to rethink your cybersecurity strategy.
Slate's quiz tests your smarts, then sells your data. Who knew a pop quiz could be more invasive than a colonoscopy? Here's a tip. If the questions don't get you, the cookies will.
UFL exits Memphis, Michigan, San Antonio, calls it strategic retreat. When your sports league's game plan mirrors a teenager's breakup text, it's not just cities you're ghosting, it's credibility.
When truth-telling's too spicy for federal taste buds, expect the menu to be all bland and no justice.
Spotify charges $10 for premium, but love's still priceless. In a world where algorithms choose your playlist and your partner, it's comforting to know Bonnie Raitt's wisdom still holds true. You can't download devotion.
IMF approves $50 billion bailout for Argentina.
YouTube deletes Bollywood AI videos, citing Reuters report. When AI-generated Bollywood hits the cutting room floor, it's a plot twist worthy of its own melodrama. Who knew algorithms could be so controversial?
Dave Portnoy attacks Taylor Swift's explicit lyrics, then sells pizza reviews. When a bro with a slice fetish critiques your artistic expression, you know society's priorities are as mixed up as a Swiftie at a barstool tailgate.
Only 50% of corporate leaders now lean centrist, and Wall Street calls it radical. When corporate America's idea of progress is moving from the Stone Age to the Bronze Age, you know the revolution's stuck in traffic.
Australian government defends shark nets after fatal attack, then claims they protect marine life. When your safety measure is as effective as a screen door on a submarine, maybe it's time to stop pretending and start innovating.
When even your DNA needs an antivirus update, it's clear that the future is less Star Trek and more dystopian sci-fi thriller.
One Ogin flaw exposes API keys, allowing app impersonation. With security, like a wet paper bag, hackers stroll into your secrets like it's a summer sale. Who needs espionage when incompetence is free?
Existential Symmetry releases neck punishing album, calls it cardio for your neck. Because who needs a gym membership when you can just headbang your way to a six-pack? Rock on, neck warriors. Pakistani protests in Kashmir kill 4, injure over 100, and the government calls it crowd control. When your protest casualty count reads like a video game score, it's time to reconsider what leveling up in democracy means.
Rogue Planet consumes 6 billion tons per second, and astronomers call it a cosmic snack. When a planet's diet makes your cheat day look like a celery stick, maybe it's time to rethink interstellar portion control.
Dr. Shinichi Furuya solves piano mystery. Sony calls it innovation. Finally, a breakthrough to let us blame the piano's timbre for our off-key renditions. Beethoven's ghost just rolled his eyes.
Israel bombs Gaza, ignoring Trump's ceasefire plea. Diplomacy's a stage, but someone forgot to tell the bombs they aren't invited to the performance. Peace talks have the shelf life of a fruit fly.
Signal launches SPQR encryption, claims it can outsmart future quantum computers with a triple ratchet. Because nothing says we value your privacy like naming your encryption after an ancient Roman acronym. What's next? Caesar's cipher for text messages.
Hungarian government marks sludge disaster anniversary, calls it a lesson learned. 15 years later, the sludge of corporate negligence still stains the soil and memories. Lessons that cost lives are just tragedies in disguise.
When the fruit of innovation falls to the iron fist of immigration control, privacy becomes the myth we tell ourselves at bedtime.
Scientists blame unregulated mining for Chile quake, claiming tectonic greed. Turns out, the Earth isn't shaking from natural causes. It's quivering in fear of corporate giants drilling for profit. Maybe next they'll find a way to extract empathy.
Meta uses AI chats for ads, bans, opt-outs. Privacy in the digital age, where your deepest thoughts are curated into a shopping list. Remember, every LOL is just another $sign.
Robert Pattinson claims fatherhood pulls him to normalcy, but his vampire past still haunts the tabloids. When the glitter of celebrity dims, even former brooding heartthrobs must grapple with the mundane gravity of diaper duty.
Only 10% of rock fans listen to new releases, and the music industry calls it engagement. Seems like the only thing more immunosuppressed than the song is the audience's enthusiasm for anything not labeled classic rock. Maybe nostalgia's just the new drug of choice.
Simi Valley resident, sentenced to over 8 years for Kavanaugh murder attempt, yet pocket constitutions remain unscathed. When brandishing a mini constitution, remember it's not an invincibility shield against deeply rooted societal rage.
Internet blackout masks Kashmir protest death, 9 killed. Silencing the web to silence the screams, because if no one tweets about it, did the injustice even happen? Welcome to modern censorship.
Google Assistant speakers now recommend 4 products, but they still can't handle your existential crisis. For $70, the Google Nest Audio will play your favorite tunes while you ponder life's meaninglessness. Who knew AI could be so relatable?
AI's resurgence in medical journals. When one pandemic wanes, another tech obsession takes its place, promising cures but delivering buzzwords.
Israeli forces intercept final boat of 42-strong pro-Palestinian flotilla, claim it's for security. Yet again, the sea becomes a stage for geopolitical theater, where interception is the opening act and diplomacy is the forgotten script.
Watchdog cleared ex-Tory minister for job, with firm link to China surveillance, because why not cozy up to Big Brother? Akoba, the watchdog, apparently believes in second chances, especially for those who might help expand the surveillance state, who knew oversight could be so accommodating.
Magnitude 6 earthquake rocks Honshu, Japan, no tsunami warning issued. The earth shakes and the news barely registers, a reminder that Mother Nature doesn't need a press release to make her presence felt.
Bari Weiss, poised to take top role at Free Press, promises unbiased journalism. When the queen of controversy dons the crown of objectivity, expect the news to be as neutral as a cat in a dog park.
NFTs capture millions in bids, yet remain digital doodles with no tangible value. In the grand bazaar of the absurd, where a pixelated cat can fetch more than a Picasso, one wonders if the emperor is truly naked or just digitally enhanced.
Only 30% of ICE job applicants pass background checks, and the agency calls it rigorous.
When the gatekeepers of justice are as selective as a fast food drive-thru, expect more than just fries with your order of Law and Order.
Study claims creative hobbies delay brain aging, and tango dancers call it a mind-bending twist. Who knew that shaking a leg or strumming a guitar could be the DIY time machine we've all been searching for?
OpenAI spent $20 million on a football ad, promising AI that understands you. When AI needs a halftime show to prove it's listening, maybe it's just as clueless as the ref missing obvious fouls on the field.
CZ warns MetaBridge CVE 2025-408 is actively exploited, yet users still trust the cloud. In the digital playground where every flaw is a feature, it seems the only thing more inflated than security promises is the hot air in a weather balloon.
Liu Yi's An Unfinished Film gets rave reviews, still isn't finished. In a world where even unfinished art gets applause, maybe the real masterpiece is convincing people that incompletion is intentional genius.
U.S. Supreme Court allows Trump to strip temporary status from Venezuelan migrants, calling it a victory for border control. In a move that screams compassion fatigue, the Supreme Court reminds us that empathy is just another temporary status easily revoked.
Victorian Office of Public Prosecutions mulls contempt charges over radio banter taking longer than a commercial break. Apparently, justice moves slower than morning show gossip, proving that even the law needs a coffee to get going.
Royal Navy plans literal gunboat diplomacy, labeling it a good idea in textbook irony. Because nothing says peaceful resolution like a fleet of cannons ready to blast their way into negotiations.
Overdose deaths from fentanyl. And meth more than tripled over 2 decades. Yet Big Pharma's conscience remains mysteriously underdosed. As addiction profits soar, it seems the only thing more addictive than these drugs is the industry's love for record high revenue.
Revolt CEO DeTavio Samuels claims Offscript will revolutionize content creation, focusing on YouTube creators, but it's still just another platform. When in doubt, slap a buzzword on it and hope nobody notices. It's the same old song with a different beat.
Utah court orders redistricting thanks to Mormon Women for Ethical Government's push against gerrymandering. Turns out, when you mix faith with fairness, you might just redraw the lines of power, one district at a time.
Trump and developer Witkoff credited for Hamas agreement, but peace remains as elusive as a Kardashian's privacy. In a twist that only 2025 could deliver, real estate moguls and reality stars are now the new diplomats. What's next? A peace treaty signed on TikTok.
While Cornell medicine researchers claim EZH2 enzyme stops cancer spread, yet triple-negative breast cancer remains a formidable foe. In a world where enzymes get all the glory, cancer quietly keeps its lead in the race against medical breakthroughs.
Fired prosecutor warns colleagues, leadership more focused on vendettas than security, because who needs safety when you have spite? When justice is a petty playground, national security becomes a side hustle. Maybe they should try running the country instead of a revenge fantasy.
Trump revives coal sales from public lands despite global shift towards renewable energy. It's like selling typewriters in a world of smartphones, but hey, nostalgia's a powerful drug even if it's choking the planet.
Former Google CEO funds Antarctic drone boats, solving climate crisis with tech toys, because why tackle emissions when you can sail the 7 seas?
Cardi B announces pregnancy with Stefon Diggs, and the tabloids rejoice like it's their Super Bowl. In the spectacle of celebrity procreation, one wonders if the baby will come with its own sponsorship deal.
India's cricket board replaces Rohit Sharma with Shubman Gill as ODI captain, because why not risk a mid-game identity crisis? Switching captains like socks won't stop the team from getting cold feet when it counts.
Indonesia sentences U.S. player Jared Shaw to death over $400 of cannabis gummies, calls it justice. In a world where gummies are lethal, perhaps it's time to question if the real crime is the law itself.
Zach Brown bags millions after McLaren title, and suddenly his wallet needs its own pit crew. When your bank account grows faster than your race car, you know capitalism's got the checkered flag.
Hamas agrees to release all Israeli hostages, yet peace remains as elusive as a unicorn in a war zone.
E20 Trio and J Digga drop Relax, claiming it's the antidote to your stress while capitalism keeps upping the dosage.
TV executives claim racial diversity is rising, yet only 20% of lead roles go to minorities. In the Hollywood echo chamber, diversity is just a catchy plot twist, not the series finale it should be.
Russia targets Ukrainian train in Sumy and then claims it's a military necessity. Because if you can't win hearts and minds, you might as well derail them.
Lisa Barlow claims tequila is the fastest growing spirit, yet somehow Ulta's perfume aisle still smells like desperation, mixing spirits with cosmetics. Because nothing says party like a spritz of agave with your eyeliner.
British police report 0 arrests after Manchester attack, despite 24-hour surveillance. In a world where Big Brother watches every move, the real criminals slip through the cracks like shadows at high noon.
Only 2% of new music breaks through industry gatekeeping, and Spotify calls it democratization. Because nothing says independent music revolution like squeezing artists through a corporate cheese grater and expecting them to come out whole.
Bill Maher panel claims tech bros profit by making Americans stupid and angry, yet call it innovation. In a world where Silicon Valley's brightest replace civic discourse with clickbait, progress is just another way to spell profit.
JPM Morgan declares gold and Bitcoin as debasement trade after years of saying the opposite. When financial giants flip faster than a pancake, you know they're just trying to butter both sides of the bread.
Billionaire populist Andrei Babi's party wins Czech parliamentary election, yet fails to secure overall majority. Seems like even billionaires can't buy everything, but they sure can rent a chunk of democracy when the price is right.
Nature corrects immunotherapy study after data duplication, yet the cure for scientific sloppiness remains undiscovered. When your groundbreaking research hits a snag, just call it a remix and hope no one's paying too much attention.
Father of soldier killed in Oct. 7 attacks thanks US, yet peace remains a distant dream. Gratitude wrapped in grief, because in the theater of geopolitics, human lives are the cheapest props.
BJP accuses Sonia Gandhi's UPA government of being a puppet, after a decade of their own questionable political marionetting. It's a classic case of the pot calling the kettle a puppet, while both dance to the same tune of external influence.
Only 30% of child abuse cases get reported and the rest hide in plain sight. When family becomes the monster under the bed, it's not a fairy tale. It's a horror story that silence writes.
National Institutes of Health finds 40% still smell impaired post-COVID, calls it progress. When life's bouquet turns to a blank page, the fragrance of denial is the only scent left.
Hollywood resurrects Final Destination with Mikhail Blanchard as director, proving death and movie franchises never truly die. Just like the Grim Reaper, Hollywood's knack for recycling old franchises shows its undying commitment to squeezing every last drop of nostalgia.
Psilocybin promises mental relief with one dose, but costs less than a therapy session. When mushrooms outshine modern medicine, maybe it's time to admit Big Pharma's been selling us snake oil with a side of side effects.
Hamas accepts parts of Gaza peace deal, while the rest of the world wonders if peace comes with a warranty or just a return policy. In the Middle East, peace deals are like unicorns, beautiful in theory, but everyone's still waiting to see one in the wild.
Andrew Hastie steps down from Liberal front bench, claims he won't challenge Susan Lay, yet the plot thickens. In politics, when someone says there's no challenge, it's time to start the popcorn and watch the power plays unfold.
NASA's Webb telescope detects atmosphere hints, but it's 40 light-years away. Ah yes, a potentially habitable world we can't reach, while Earth's atmosphere gets more carbon than a coal miner's lungs. Priorities, right?
Coachella 2025 charges thousands for tickets, promises same 3 headliners as always. Coachella, where you pay more to sweat in sequins than you would for a week in Ibiza. And the soundtrack? The same pop parade you hear at your local mall.
When you're known for dodging linebackers but can't sidestep a knife, it's clear the world needs a new playbook for personal safety.
Only 30% of cancer research funding targets metastasis, and Big Pharma calls it progress. Restoring order to cancer cells sounds great, but when the real disorder is in a system that profits from prolonged illness, who's really dividing and conquering?
Trump orders Israel to stop bombing Gaza, then claims Hamas is ready for peace, as if trust can be built on a foundation of chaos. Ordering peace from chaos is like asking a bull to dance in a china shop without breaking a thing. Ambitious, but who's paying for the damage?
Only 30% of rock fans call Status Quo innovative, and the band calls it a hit. When your most daring move is a song titled Whatever You Want, it's clear you've mastered the art of musical beige.
Only 26% of Americans rate the economy positively, and the administration calls it a triumph. When your economic plan is a magic trick with disappearing middle-class wages, you can't blame folks for not applauding the illusion.
Scientists revive ancient recipe to make yogurt with ants, claiming it's a culinary revolution. When your breakfast comes with a side of ant legs, suddenly plain old probiotics seem like a safer bet.
Only 12 universities made Edwin Embry's list in 1934, and academia called it revolutionary. Ranking colleges was like rating ice cream flavors, subjective, divisive, and guaranteed to spark a riot over vanilla.
Apparently, fungi have a better grasp on mind expansion than most wellness retreats.
Bloomberg promises to position investors, then fills airwaves with Wall Street whispers and Washington wishful thinking as if the market ever listened. Tuning in to find clarity is like searching for a needle in a haystack made of insider jargon and jargon insiders.
Trump tells Israel to stop bombing Gaza after hostages release, but peace remains as elusive as his tax returns. Promises of ceasefire sound like a broken record, skipping over the same track of despair and destruction.
Actor turned politician, VJ's rally ends with 40 dead and 124 injured, calls it a tragic accident. When celebrity meets politics, the stage is set for melodrama, but no one signed up for the horror show of human lives trampled underfoot.
London's royal parks close as Storm Amy hits, while Scotland faces power cuts and travel chaos without a crown to blame. Nature's fury turns prestige into caution tape, reminding us that even royal roots can't stand against a tempest tantrum.
The real symphony here is the clinking of cups and whispers of travellers, where high art meets high tea in a plush echo chamber.
USB-C cable launches at $32, solves nothing but capitalism's thirst for overpriced essentials. In the grand circus of tech, we pay $32 for a cable, while the clowns in charge laugh all the way to the bank.
U.S. government policies whiplash auto industry, while AI promises to drive us into a future where cars might finally be smarter than Congress.
Bank of Canada cuts rates again, calling it a strategic move to make your debt feel like it's on a never-ending vacation. In the financial funhouse, lowering rates is like putting lipstick on a piggy bank. Looks good until inflation starts squealing.
Bad Bunny to headline 2026 Super Bowl, leaving football fans wondering if they'll need subtitles for the halftime show. When the NFL taps a reggaeton star for their grand American spectacle, you know they're banking on bilingual beats to drown out the concussion lawsuits.
Charlie Kirk headlines Irish Conspiracy Fest, claims he's a truth-teller while attendees buy tinfoil hats at triple the price. Just when you thought the leprechauns were the only myth in town, Kirk turns up to spin tales that make Bigfoot look like a history lesson.
Lola Young cancels everything after onstage collapse, proving once again that rock stars and gravity have an age-old vendetta. In the music industry's game of Jenga, it seems like even the most seasoned performers can topple under the weight of their own spotlight.
ICE builds surveillance team to hunt people on social media because who needs privacy when you can have paranoia? In the age of digital witch hunts, ICE seems to be channeling its inner Orwell, turning your likes and retweets into a modern-day wanted poster.
OpenAI labels itself cutting edge, yet churns out chatbots like a factory line of sentient paperclips. When innovation means repackaging the same tech under a new logo, it's like selling yesterday's news as tomorrow's revolution with a side of existential dread.
Wolf slams police for using Palantir, demands digital sovereignty over American security mirages. When privacy is the new frontier, handing over data to a Silicon Valley crystal ball seems like selling your soul for a postcard from Big Brother.
Swedish police arrest 14-year-old boy after 6 young people are shot because apparently childhood now comes with a side of chaos. When the playground becomes a crime scene, maybe it's time to ask why our world is handing kids bullets instead of books.
Netflix revives canceled Halo series, turning yesterday's flop into today's must-binge. Funny how a streaming service can polish another's reject into a gem, proving that one network's trash is another's treasure trove of viewer devotion.
Tech companies replace hour of code with hour of AI for school kids, because who needs basic literacy when you can have algorithms? Teaching kids AI without ethics is like handing them fireworks without instructions, explosive and bound to leave a mark.
Apple removes ice tracking apps after Trump AG pressure, silencing digital dissent with a swipe. When the fruit of knowledge becomes a tool of censorship, even Eve would have second thoughts about taking a bite.
Father of Manchester synagogue attacker denounces son's Yom Kippur act, yet offers no insight into prevention. Condemnation without action is like a smoke alarm with dead batteries, useless noise after the fire has started.
China-linked hacker group Phantom Taurus strikes governments with stealth malware, leaving cybersecurity experts scrambling. When your government secrets are as secure as a sieve, it's time to wonder if the real phantom menace is just poor cybersecurity hygiene.
Only 20% of cancer research focuses on racial disparities, and institutions call it progress. When science moves slower than molasses in January, you have to wonder if they're studying cancer rates or just collecting dust.
Munich Airport resumes operations, but drone sightings turned Germany's efficient machine into a waiting lounge nightmare. When tiny flying nuisances can ground thousands, it's clear our skies are run like a sitcom with a broken laugh track.
Experts blame obsolete grid for Iberian blackout, then suggest candles. When your infrastructure's older than your grandma's disco records, you're not just in the dark, you're stuck in a time warp.
Only 39 years old and Arthur Jones, Super Bowl champion, leaves the field of life too soon. In a game where strength is celebrated, Mortality still calls the shots, reminding us that even giants can fall.
Human emissions intensify Southwest drought, yet SUVs remain sacred. As we drive our gas guzzlers into the sunset, Mother Nature's left choking on our fumes, wondering if we'll ever swap horsepower for horse sense.
Trump admin defiles even the out-of-office auto-reflee, proving no corner of normalcy is safe from petty tyranny. When your email vacation message becomes a battleground, it's time to question if reality is just a bad dystopian novel.
Palantir denies security flaws, then watches stocks tumble 7.5%.
Only 20% of SOCs adopt AI fully, and CEOs call it innovation. While AI remains the buzzword du jour, most security operations centers are still stuck in the Stone Age, relying on fire drills over firewalls.
Social Security offers extra $800 monthly at 70, but management steals 5-week vacations now. Trading future gains for present pain, this company's management team would sell their own grandmother's dentures for a quick quarterly bonus.
Only 20% of language learners become fluent, and self-help books call it progress. Learning Italian without Italy is like trying to learn to swim in a desert. Possible, but you'll be parched for context.
Kristen Wiig believed Bridesmaids flopped, despite grossing $300 million worldwide. In Hollywood, even blockbuster brilliance can masquerade as failure when the mirror is warped by the funhouse of self-doubt and industry expectations.
BMJ Group retracts viral apple cider vinegar study, and the wellness industry momentarily loses a miracle. Turns out, drinking salad dressing wasn't the slimmed-down secret after all. Who knew science demanded actual evidence?
North Korean hackers deploy Actor T backdoor, yet crypto remains as volatile as a cat on catnip. As the digital world trembles under cyber threats, the crypto market dances on, chaotically swinging between fortunes and fiascos, oblivious to security breaches.
Charlie Garcia warns of AI and stablecoin risks, yet pitches optimism like a late-night infomercial. When billionaires sound alarms and sell hope, it's like a lifeguard yelling shark while hawking life preservers.
Apple launches iPhone 17 Pro with enhanced camera, and the battery life finally catches up with our screen time addiction. Now you can capture every moment and still have juice left to doomscroll your existential dread. Progress, one selfie at a time.
Only 30% of history students focus on Eastern Europe, and politicians call it unbiased education. Studying Eastern European history is like navigating a minefield with a blindfold. Every step is a political gamble, and the maps are written in disappearing ink.
Mississippi legislature rebrands history curriculum, insists it's not whitewashing. When history gets a makeover, it's like putting lipstick on a ghost. Pretty, but the past still haunts you.
Welcome to finance, where innovation means finally stealing your neighbor's homework after they've already aced the test.
Poland accuses Russia of smuggling explosives in corn tins, and it's not a Bond film plotline. Turns out, espionage involves more pantry raids than high-speed chases. Next up, a thrilling chase for the last can of soup.
Stellantis plans $10 billion U.S. investment, hoping cash can fix what management broke.
DOE employees find they're out of office. Replies altered to blame Democrats just as the shutdown drama unfolds. When life gives you a shutdown, apparently you make partisan lemonade. Who knew email settings were the first casualty of political warfare?
Celebrities pen poetic announcements, as if rhymes can soften the blow of their first world problems. When your life is a sonnet, every overpriced latte becomes a metaphor for the human condition.
Remember LimeWire from your Napster days? Now it's back, but instead of pirated tunes, it's serving recycled AI art. Who knew nostalgia could be this pricey?
Czech billionaire poised to win election because money talks louder than democracy whispers. In a world where billionaires collect countries like trading cards, who needs policies when you have deep pockets and a winning smile?
Only 30% of new music releases get noticed, and Speeda's latest track features a guest artist. In the grand cacophony of digital noise, even the most ambitious beats risk being drowned out by the relentless scroll of forgettable content.
U.S. government shutdown stalls economic reports, proving ignorance is bliss for those who profit from chaos. When politicians play chicken with the economy, the rest of us are left to wonder if they even know how to drive.
Maryland demands Canadian government funds to feed whales, or they'll face euthanasia. When Save the Whales becomes Fund Our Failures, you know the business plan is sinking faster than a lead anchor.
Military fitness rules by Hegseth target women claiming equality but ignoring physiological differences. When a fitness test becomes a political flex, it's women who bear the brunt of a power trip disguised as reform.
Only 12% of climate articles get read, and the fossil fuel industry calls it a win. The climate crisis is like a broken record, except the beat is set by melting glaciers and the chorus is deafening silence. Mother Earth's greatest hits, remixed by Denial.
Obama critiques Trump administration, citing Tylenol, autism link, and Kimmel's ouster, but Democrats lack leadership. When the voice of reason is a former president, you know the current party is lost in the woods without a compass or a clue.
Amazon's Ring wants to scan every face at your door because who needs privacy when you have convenience? When your doorbell knows more about your face than your mirror, it's time to question if convenience is just another word for surveillance.
Because nothing screams cutting edge like algorithms deciding polka dots are the future, while humans still struggle to match their socks.
Warner Bros. Discovery Axe's CNN livestream on HBO Max, then expects viewers to pay for CNN+.
Government shutdown erases September jobs report, and they call it efficiency. Who needs pesky employment data when you can just pretend the economy is a choose-your-own-adventure book?
IFA schedules. Women's Blind Football World Cup for October 5th. Proven visibility doesn't always require sight. When the world's most powerful sport finally sees the value in blind football, it's a win for everyone except those still blind to inclusivity.
From ancient sea crawlers to modern-day bloodsuckers.
Finally, a flu test that doesn't involve jamming a swab into your brain.
Researchers reveal phishing threats using CountLoader and Purat because malware is the gift that keeps on giving. When hackers are more creative than your marketing team, maybe it's time to rethink who's really leading in innovation.
University of Queensland study reveals black mamba's venom has a secret second strike, doubling your snake nightmare potential. Just when you thought one bite was bad enough, science discovers mambas are playing a venomous encore, nature's way of saying, "Missed me? Here's a sequel you didn't ask for."
Jim Jane launches vibrator at $75, solves nothing but your earbud envy. When your earbuds double as a vibrator, it's a win for multitasking but a loss for battery life. Choose your pleasure or your playlist.
Only 30% of customers compare cell phone plans, and providers call it consumer choice. When your phone bill reads like a mystery novel, maybe it's time to question who's writing the plot twists.
Israel orders military to halt Gaza City campaign, then continue strikes elsewhere. Pausing a siege to keep bombing is like hitting pause on a mixtape and then smashing the speakers. Peace, but only in theory.
University of Virginia students torch flags to protest Trump order, then call it free speech. When your protest involves fire, let's just say you're not exactly warming up to the administration's policies.
U.S. sanctions tighten on Venezuela, foreign hostages endure endless limbo, and Maduro calls it diplomacy. In the twisted tango of international relations, hostages are just pawns on a political chessboard, waiting for a move that never comes. A real-life lesson in the dark art of geopolitical ghosting.
Julie Gould sells planned happenstance in science careers, then claims it's a strategy. Because nothing screams, "I've got my life together," like relying on happy accidents as a career plan. Biden administration warns of shutdown, yet Congress remains gridlocked over funding. Political brinkmanship. the art of playing chicken with the economy while pretending it's a masterstroke of governance.
Cybersecurity experts uncover DNS-powered malware. Detour dog runs Strela Stealer factory, and hackers call it innovation.
Indian sari industry faces turmoil, blames Bangladesh for rising tensions and dwindling supplies. The timeless sari, a beautiful garment caught in a geopolitical tug-of-war, proving once again that even fashion isn't safe from nationalism's itchy fingers. London police arrest hundreds at Palestine action protest, say public safety demands it. When keeping the peace means arresting hundreds for daring to have an opinion, it's clear that public safety is just code for quiet down, you're rocking the boat.
Welcome to the paradox of modern activism, fighting a war on nature by hosting a conference that leaves a carbon footprint larger than a T-Rex, because nothing says save the planet like jetting in for a chat about how we're wrecking it.
Governments worldwide push mining for transition minerals, claim it's green progress. Mining for transition minerals, the eco-friendly way to swap dirty oil rigs for shiny new scars on Mother Earth's face. Greenwashing never looked so metallic. Al-Shabaab advances 40 kilometers from Mogadishu. Somali politics distracted by infighting. When your government is too busy squabbling to notice a militant group reclaiming your backyard, fear is just the start of your problems.
Only 20% of Americans embrace digital detox, and social media giants call it a lifestyle choice. Meanwhile, India's social media appetite is growing like a teenager at an all-you-can-eat buffet, while the states are waking up with a tech hangover. Detox, because sometimes the only way to win is to log off.
U.S. Treasurer confirms $1 Trump coin draft, claims it celebrates unity. Xi Jinping unveils China's clean energy lead, still relies on coal. The sweet sin of contradiction. Clean energy ambitions, with a side of smog. When your green revolution is powered by black gold, it's more of a shade of gray. Only 20% of affiliates succeed on CJ, and the guide calls it encouragement. Welcome to Commission Junction, where your dreams of passive income might just passively vanish. But hey, at least you'll gain expertise in disappointment. Amazon launches Kindle Per White at $160. Promises enlightenment, but delivers e-ink deja vu. The Kindle lineup, where innovation means adding a new adjective to gray every year. Who needs color when you can have 50 shades of monotone?
Judge blocks Justin Baldoni's team from deposing Taylor Swift despite their persistence.
When celebrity drama turns courtroom saga, it's like watching a soap opera, where the plot twists are as predictable as a pop song chorus. Taylor sings and the legal world listens, but not today. Baldoni.
Toronto FC signs striker Signing a striker with a goal drought is like hiring a lifeguard who can't swim. Let's hope the splash is bigger than the stats suggest.
Lenovo Go S drops by $120, claims affordability while still breaking piggy banks. Because nothing says budget-friendly like a discount that still leaves you eating ramen for a month. Who knew saving money could feel so expensive?
Ukrainian commander claims over 3,500 Russian soldiers lost in Dobropilya, and Putin calls it a strategic success. If losing soldiers is a strategic win, then my last failed relationship was a masterstroke of romantic genius.
China hails Jane Goodall as a guiding light after her death, a stark contrast to its own environmental record. In a nation where pandas get more press than pollution, Goodall's conservation efforts shine like a solar panel in a coal mine.
Czech military to transfer modernized T-72 M4CZ tanks to Ukraine, calling it support. When the Czech tanks roll east, it's like a game of Risk where everyone forgot the rulebook, because nothing says peace quite like a fresh batch of tanks to spice up the neighborhood.
Shutdown exposes 3 critical weaknesses for Democrats, and Republicans claim it's a triumph of governance. When the bar for success is tripping your opponent, it's no wonder the dance floor of democracy is a chaotic mess.
Amazon discounts latte maker by $200, yet caffeine addiction remains priceless. Because nothing says morning routine like a machine doing the work while you rehearse your capitalist lament in a bathrobe.
39ers QB Brock Purdy faces more game absences after toe injury worsens, and fans brace for more drama. In the NFL's ongoing soap opera, even a toe can take down a titan. Who knew the fate of a franchise could hinge on a pinky toe's whimsy?
India plans to buy more S-400 systems from Russia, calling it a strategic necessity. When shopping for world peace involves a shopping cart full of missiles, you know someone's got their priorities just a tad skewed.
UK funds Arctic ice research to cool climate, while fossil fuel subsidies burn hotter than a summer in hell. It's like putting a Band-Aid on a volcano and calling it innovative. Mother Nature's not impressed, and neither should you be.
Jeff Bezos claims millions will live in space soon, but Earth rent still skyrockets. When billionaires start packing for Mars, it's less about sci-fi dreams and more about leaving the mess they made behind.
Senior U.S. Senator wants to amp up pressure on China over Taiwan. Bill drops Monday with the committee chair's blessing.
Only 62% of people act on stress if they feel in control, while the other 38% just watch Netflix. It's funny how feeling like a puppet master helps with stress, yet we're all tangled in capitalism's strings, calling plumbers and having tough talks.
CSA issues emergency directive for Cisco AS 0-day, hopes hackers take a coffee break. When the government's best defense is "please stop," it's like asking wolves to guard the henhouse and hoping they prefer tofu.
Gen Z and millennials face burnout as older generations had hope, but now hope is on permanent unpaid leave. The young are burning out, not from work, but from realizing that climbing the career ladder now just leads to an empty attic.
Taylor Swift sells 2.7 million copies of The Life of a Showgirl on release day, calls it a quiet debut. If only democracy moved as swiftly as her albums, we'd have a new government every morning.
Morocco's Prime Minister lauds security forces after protests claim 3 lives, but organizers push for a 6th night of defiance. Applauding security while citizens mourn when leaders treat human rights like a game of whack-a-mole. It's no wonder the streets are alive with rebellion.
Slate releases mini crossword for October 4th, 2025, claims it's a mental gym. Meanwhile, Congress is stuck on level 1 of Sudoku, the How Do Numbers Work edition.
Taylor Swift's fairy tale ends with a diamond ring, but even princesses feel the weight of gold. When the dream turns into a job, even the best-selling cardigan can't knit back the magic. Bernie Sanders supporters rally with 200 people, but corporate coffers remain untouched. When the revolution needs a bigger venue, rebellion's got a real estate problem.
Pink Floyd resurrects One of These Days live in October 1994, as if time itself wore bell-bottoms.
Only 5% of mainstream rap songs celebrate genuine empowerment, and music executives call it a trend. When the industry's idea of empowerment is a yacht party, it's clear we're all sailing on a sea of delusion. Here's to Schoolboy Q for keeping it real.
Nirvana vows to resist with vigor after Spencer Eldon appeals judge's dismissal for the third time. When your 15 minutes of fame are stuck in a legal loop, it's less about justice and more about nostalgia with benefits.
Peel's court rules against Trump in birthright citizenship battle, despite his insistence that borders should come with parental controls. Guess even the courts think some foundations of democracy are worth more than a reality TV plot twist.
Education Department altered employees' emails to blame shutdown on Democrats' lawsuit claims, but apparently, truth in education is just a suggestion. When rewriting history, you might want to avoid leaving a paper trail, unless you're auditioning for a new career in fiction.
Jaguar Land Rover plans £500 million loan, calls it supplier support after tech meltdown stalls production.
Italy proposes world's longest suspension bridge at a cost of 20 billion euros, but experts doubt it will ever be completed. When your national pastime is architectural ambition without execution, you get a bridge too far and not far enough all at once.
Populist Bobby's cruises to Czech election win will seek support from fringe parties because who needs stability when you can have chaos? When your political strategy involves courting the fringes, it's like building a house of cards on a windy day and calling it architecture.
Namibia and Zimbabwe qualify for T20 World Cup finals, proving that sometimes underdogs get to dance on the big stage. When cricket nations you didn't bet on start shining, it's like finding a diamond in your backyard while everyone else is stuck in the jewelry store.
Adele Amor releases Come, My Werewolf, as a pop single defying genre norms with a howl and a synth. When the moon is full and the auto-tune is cranked, it's either a hit or a howl in the wrong key.
Turns out, the bug's got moves like Jagger, but it's all for dodging death, not wooing a mate. Evolution's got a sense of humor after all.
ICE plans to hire 30 contractors for 24/7 social media surveillance, calling it enhanced security. When Big Brother wants to slide into your DMs, it's not for a heart emoji, it's for a deportation raid.
Kesh Patel markets Challenge coin for $19.99, claims it's a symbol of integrity. Selling a coin that screams integrity is a bold move for a man whose career is a masterclass in political gymnastics. Maybe it's legal tender in the land of irony.
Tesla deliveries rise 7% as EV tax credits expire, hailed as customer-driven success. When your sales pitch is, buy now or pay later, even the future's electric cars run on a fossil fuel panic.
Virginia Edge candidate ignites bipartisan backlash. Sent text messages more explosive than a firework during a drought. Politicians love nothing more than a scandal that lets them wag fingers at someone else, like a group therapy session where everyone pretends they're the sane one.
Novo Nordisk aims for Veg2V launch in 2026, promises affordability talks. When affordable means wait 3 years, it's like offering a glass of water to a dehydrated desert traveler tomorrow.
And Dido Joe releases debut music video, paints everything blue but the green-eyed critics.
Medicare Advantage loses 900,000 seniors for 2026, and they call it a minor bump in the road. When even a government program starts looking like a better deal, you know the private sector's sales pitch is as stale as an unbuttered toast.
Trump remains unpopular in latest poll, yet Democrats can't capitalize on the dissatisfaction. When your opposition is as loved as a Monday morning and you still can't pull ahead, maybe it's time to rethink the playbook instead of the players.
Google Gemini AI flaws enable prompt injection and cloud exploits, redefining secure as wide open. It's like selling a high-tech safe with a neon break-in here sign. Security's new frontier, now with complementary exploits.
Only 30% of freestylers use random generators, and somehow it's not cheating. When you're rhyming on borrowed inspiration, remember, it's not the tool that makes the artist, it's the flow and fire you bring to the beat.
Thinking Machines Lab unveils Tinker, automating AI model creation, claims it empowers developers while concealing the power play. In the world of AI, empowerment is just the latest euphemism for control. When your tinkering tool is a black box, who's really pulling the strings?
Exoskeleton launch promises hikers can go further, faster, but only if they can afford to look like a cyborg. Finally, a way to combine your love for nature with the aesthetic of a budget sci-fi villain. Who knew hiking gear could be this dystopian chic?
Only 40% of voters still believe in Schumer's leadership, and the rest are busy picking new scapegoats. When a political career hinges on dodging shutdowns and appeasing tech titans, maybe it's time to question who's really steering the ship, Schumer or Musk's whims.
Researchers discover animal communities nearly 6 miles deep, proving even nature's underdogs can thrive where humans can't meddle. Turns out, the ocean's depths are like the ultimate gated community, exclusive, unspoiled, and blissfully free of our Instagram selfies.
Trump administration shifts FBI focus, leaving anti-defamation leagues divided over new priorities. When you confuse a law enforcement agency with a political toy, you get a nation stuck in a game of ideological twister, and nobody's winning.
AI predicts new IBD antibiotic function, while scientists play catch-up with their own invention. When your best lab assistant is a neural network, maybe it's time to admit the future's got better instincts than the past's PhDs.
Brewers dismantle Cubs pitcher, Matthew Boyd, chasing him from the mound in the first inning like a cat burglar at dawn. Boyd's all-star reputation crumbles faster than a cookie dunked in milk, leaving the Cubs scrambling for a plan B before the crowd even found their seats.
MTV celebrates 30 seasons of The Real World, proving reality TV's real superpower is making drama outlast its expiration date. Who knew that watching strangers argue over dirty dishes would become such a cornerstone of modern culture? Reality TV, the true cockroach of entertainment.
Who knew pill-pushing profit margins couldn't compete with the allure of online shopping and the irresistible charm of Amazon's drone delivery?
Only 40% of employees feel safe being authentic at work, and HR departments call it progress. Welcome to the corporate funhouse, where bring your whole self is code for just don't rock the boat, unless it's for team building exercises.
Keir Starmer urged to press Modi on jailed Sikh as UK's diplomatic backbone continues its impressive disappearing act. When will British politics stop treating citizens like collectible stamps, only worth mentioning when someone else notices they're missing?
Only 20% of Florida coral colonies now show disease symptoms, and the state calls it an eco-miracle. When your local reef gets more probiotics than a hipster's breakfast, you know the planet's on a diet of desperation and denial.
Immigration deports Nelson Parkville, former child soldier, back to Sierra Leone after granting him asylum for surviving a war-torn childhood. America's compassion is a fair-weather friend, dumping those it once saved like yesterday's news when they stumble in a system rigged against them.
A butterfly flaunts 229 chromosome pairs, leaving humans feeling underdressed at 23. Nature's little prankster, proving once again that size doesn't matter when it comes to genetic complexity, only the ability to make scientists question everything.
David DeLuise declares himself pretend grandfather to Gomez and Blanco's hypothetical offspring, proving family ties can be conjured from thin air. When your family tree includes imaginary branches for celebrity spawn, who needs a real-life connection? Just sprinkle some stardust and call it kinship.
Belgium launches in Diatronica Soundscape, claims it's the new chocolate. A synth beat from the land of waffles and e-bureaucracy, promising to electrify your senses while Brussels debates if it's too avant-garde for Eurovision.
Microsoft hikes Xbox Game Pass Ultimate price by 50%, then claims increased value with day one releases. When your subscription costs more than your gaming console, maybe it's time to consider if the Ultimate in Xbox Game Pass Ultimate really stands for Ultimate Cash Grab.
Judge William Young delivers scathing rebuke to Trump, who continues to ignore judicial critiques as if they're optional. When a judge's words hit harder than a gavel, and Trump's still pretending he's Teflon, maybe we need to redefine law and order in 2025.
Scientists claim dark matter breakthrough, still can't find their keys. Luke Z. Pan narrows down the universe's biggest mystery, but your car keys remain elusive, proving even cosmic breakthroughs can't solve everyday human chaos.
WNBA Commissioner Kathy Engelbert addresses officiating concerns but sidesteps concrete solutions, leaving fans dribbling in circles. When addressing concerns becomes the league's favorite sport, maybe it's time for a new playbook that actually scores change.
John denies investment discrepancies while money mysteriously vanishes. The US and John insist everything's just peachy as millions of dollars play hide and seek, proving financial harmony is a real magician's act.
Activision releases Sound. When your revolutionary sound was just yesterday's hit on loop, it might be time to check the batteries in your innovation meter.
Barcelona includes Messi in Copa del Rey squad, yet vows no risks, as if the bench is a spa. Promising no risks with Messi is like putting a Ferrari in the garage and calling it a day at the races.
Trump announces peace plan for Gaza. Residents feel trapped in a mirage of promises. Trusting Trump's peace plan is like expecting a mirage to quench your thirst, an illusion of hope in a desert of despair.
Trump demands compliance for funding, then calls it a choice. It's like telling someone they can choose between cake and a cactus while holding the water hose hostage. Autonomy never looked so much like a hostage negotiation.
Russian agencies hit by cavalry werewolf attack surprise. It's not a new vodka brand. When cyber espionage sounds like a Halloween costume, you know the world's gone off the rails. Who knew werewolves were into hacking?
Only 50% of grammar checkers agree on better, and tech companies call it innovation. It's like asking if you'd prefer a robot with a British accent or an American one to correct your love letters. Either way, your heart's in the hands of a spell checker.
Israeli government allegedly funds AI disinfo in Iran, claims it's for stability. When truth becomes an algorithmic whisper and deepfakes are the new diplomacy, maybe it's time to ask if the emperor's clothes were real to begin with.
Australia confirms HECS debt relief from mid-November, just in time for holiday shopping. It's like Santa's come early, but only if he's delivering tax breaks instead of toys. Who needs a sleigh when you've got student loans to pay off?
Rammstein releases Angst video, but fans fear the industrial giants are just softening up. When heavy metal titans start crooning about existential dread, it's like finding out your leather-clad biker gang now hosts knitting circles.
Everton manager Marco Silva claims zero pressure despite 5 consecutive losses, calls it business as usual. When the ship's sinking and the captain says he's fine, you start to wonder if he's just learned to breathe underwater.
Tunisian court sentences man to death over Facebook posts, calls it justice.
Katie Lamb tweets hard-right populism while promising inclusive reform. When political leaders speak from both sides of their mouths, they're not bilingual. They're just fluent in hypocrisy.
Only 50% of adults admit their teenage crush still haunts them, and therapists call it a learning experience. The mystifying allure of unrequited love, a teenage rite of passage that teaches us to scream into pillows and question our taste in human beings.
In a world where the music dies but the noise remains, let's hope the afterlife has better soundtracks and fewer commercials.
Tech giants unveil brain-targeting sleep wearables at $300. Solve nothing but your bank account's insomnia. Because who needs a comfy pillow when you can strap a mini mind meddler to your skull and pretend it's a lullaby?
Shutdown pauses, Amazon antitrust cases, but Bezos still profits. When justice is on hold, billionaires keep cashing in on the chaos. It's like pausing a game of Monopoly, except only one player keeps collecting rent.
When a conglomerate sheds its skin, it's less about growth and more about trimming the fat to keep shareholders plump and happy.
Only 30% of countries allow early home abortions, and lawmakers call it progress. Because nothing says forward thinking like forcing women to navigate a legal maze just to make decisions about their own bodies.
Coachella 2026 confirms Justin Bieber's return, but will the desert survive? With Bieber back on stage, we can only hope the sandstorm doesn't drown out the sound of 1,000 teenage screams.
Grammy winner Brett James dies in crash, leaving a legacy of hits. In a tragic twist, the man who asked Jesus to take the wheel found himself in a skyward detour, leaving the rest of us to navigate the turbulence without his tunes.
Netanyahu plans immediate hostage release, yet partners with Trump's blueprint of chaos. Because nothing screams rescue mission like borrowing strategies from the man who'd lose at hide-and-seek with a mirror.
In the grand theatre of security, we've built a fortress of ones and zeros, only to leave the back door open with a sticky note saying password.
NRVB drops Stay With Me featuring Chara, yet another plea in auto-tune. When heartfelt becomes heartless, we wonder if the robots will ever learn to love like the rest of us.
Aramin 5000 releases Karkresh, promises a gentle lullaby. In a world craving calm, Powerman 5000 delivers alt-metal chaos, like a soothing cup of chamomile tea spiked with a double shot of espresso.
Cities Banamex receives offer from Mexican tycoon, but it's a tug of war between billionaires. When billionaires play monopoly with banks, it's the rest of us who end up mortgaging Boardwalk just to keep up.
Immune system battles T-cell exhaustion, calls it a victory lap. In the relentless marathon against cancer and chronic infections, our T-cells decide to take a nap just when we need them to sprint.
Amazon promises 43 good Prime Day deals, but only if you're a Prime member. It's like a VIP club where the price of admission is a monthly subscription and the illusion of savings.
Discord leaks user info and photo IDs, then sends emails to say oops. In the digital age, customer service now means serving up your data on a silver platter to whoever can hack their way in.
UN hears Rohingya Muslims' pleas to end killings, then offers thoughts and prayers. Because when you've got a genocide on your hands, nothing says "we're on it" like a heartfelt nod and a well-meaning shrug.
Only 0% of Ivy League students wear a dress now, and nostalgia calls it timeless. The only thing wilder than their patterns is the idea that preppy privilege ever went out of style.
Rally Arcade Classics launches at $50 solves nostalgia cravings. For when your state-of-the-art sim rig needs a break from reality, and you crave the pixelated adrenaline rush of a simpler, polygonal time.
Warner Records announces Tom Petty vinyl release revives nostalgia for Record Store Day's Black Friday. Because nothing says support indie like a corporate label cashing in on a dead rocker's past glory.
Taylor Swift unveils concert movie monopolizes your paycheck. When the pop queen's latest offering makes you question if she's secretly annexed your wallet and you're left with a melody and empty pockets.
Only 5 plugins make the top 7 list, and the author calls it comprehensive. When your math skills rival your SEO prowess, it's time to reassess which plugins are really boosting your credibility.
Israel kills 70 in Gaza strikes, defies Trump's ceasefire plea. When the art of diplomacy is reduced to a background hum and the symphony of destruction plays on, louder than any presidential whisper.
Speeda Drops, In the Rich track, promises to redefine luxury with a beat and a boast. Because what the world really needs is another anthem to wealth from the comfort of a rented studio.
Western Australia denies Baudin's cockatoo endangered status, prioritizes mining expansion. When profits soar at the expense of wings, the black cockatoo may soon exist only in our guilty dreams of what once was.
Reddit user claims Comet AI browser free, but still can't find value. When a free browser leaves you perplexed, maybe it's time to admit that not all AI innovations are more than just smoke and mirrors.
In the game of life and death, it seems policymakers prefer treating symptoms over curing societal ills.
Chair manufacturers hiked prices by 50%, call it ergonomic innovation. Apparently, comfort comes at the price of a second mortgage, ensuring your back is straight while your finances are forever bent.
Salesforce lost nearly 1 billion records, claims it's a minor glitch. When your data security is as reliable as a wet paper bag, maybe it's time to rethink calling it cloud computing.
Because nothing says teamwork like hijacking your employees' autoresponders to parrot your political agenda.
U.S. forces killed 4 in strike on alleged drug vessel, calling it a maritime intervention. When Uncle Sam plays Battleship, it's always olaged until the smoke clears and the oil slicks.
Dongu the rat releases Sugar on My Tongue, promising a new flavor of chaos.
Joanna Newsom's Divers album cover confuses fans, depicts a landscape that's both underwater and mountain peak. Because who doesn't love an artistic Rorschach test that leaves you wondering if you're sinking or soaring?
Tech Titans, Intel, and AMD's scramble as $50 RAM hack shreds cloud security.
US EPA proposes to stop emissions reporting, calls it transparency. The only thing more transparent than this proposal is the air pollution it'll help hide.
Japanese ministry launches Youth Army initiative, promises security with a side of kawaii. When your geopolitical strategy involves mascots and pastel uniforms, you might be betting on charm to disarm rather than actual defense.
Beyonce music. Thief suspect nabbed 2 months post-heist after swiping unreleased tracks and tour plans from a choreographer's car. Stealing from Queen Bey? Bold move, but maybe next time, try not to leave a trail as obvious as a disco ball in a blackout.
Intel stock surges 50% in 1 month, puts US stake at $16 billion. Looks like betting on Silicon Dreams pays off, unless you're hoping for a chip that doesn't glitch like a politician's promise.
LinkedIn CEO declares degrees irrelevant for future jobs, leaving Gen Z grads clutching diplomas like vintage vinyls. Guess it's time to swap that cap and gown for coding bootcamps and TikTok tutorials. because the new resume is a viral video.
Senate Democrats eye 3 key members in shutdown standoff as the government remains closed and leaders refuse to negotiate across party lines. The shutdown's like a bad breakup. Nobody's talking, everybody's miserable, and the only winners are the takeout joints feeding the filibusterers.
Tech giants boast remote epitaxy can grow crystals from afar, but still can't fix Wi-Fi in your own living room. While they're busy perfecting crystalline structures, we're stuck buffering through cat videos. Priorities, right?
Director Scott Derrickson claims The Black Phone 2 intensifies horror, targets fans who once loved the original and now embrace Terrifier. Because nothing says artistic growth like doubling down on trauma to cash in on nostalgia and the bloodlust of your aging fan base.
Adobe launches Premiere on iPhone, insists editing on a 4-inch screen is the future of filmmaking, because nothing says cinematic masterpiece like squinting at your phone while your thumbs do the heavy lifting. Spielberg, watch out.
Congress declares armed conflict with cartels, while government shutdown drags on with no bipartisan willingness to resolve it. When your government treats cartel shootouts like a casual Tuesday, but can't agree on a budget, it's clear the only thing balanced in D.C. is the absurdity.
Scientists transplant universal blood type kidney, call it a medical revolution, but it's just a fancy way to make us all compatible with each other. Finally, a step towards making organ donation as inclusive as a potluck dinner. Bring your own dish, but everyone can eat it.
Liberal frontbencher backs Hasty's immigration stance, while Mark Latham threatens legal action after police escort from Randwick Racecourse. In the circus of politics, one man's exit is another's grandstand, and Latham's legal threats are just a sideshow attraction.
CISA warns of critical pseudo-flaw exploited in Linux systems, yet most users still ignore updates like their spam emails. When a government agency has to remind techies to patch their systems, it's like telling chefs to wash their hands. Basic hygiene with catastrophic consequences if skipped. Hamas agrees to release Israeli hostages under Trump's Gaza plan, then peace takes a backseat to political showmanship. When a hostage release depends on a plan named after Trump, it's like trusting a fox to guard the henhouse. Everyone gets feathers, but no one's fed.
German Unity Day celebrates 35 years, and the EU calls it a reminder that history's lessons are never quite learned. Europe's Unity Party is like a family reunion where everyone remembers the past but pretends the ugly wallpaper of division isn't still hanging in the hall.
Chelsea faces Liverpool in Premier League clash, but fans still wonder if VAR will ever get it right. In the beautiful game, it's a shame when the real MVP is the referee's screen, deciding matches like a digital deity with a flair for drama.
Populist Barbies wins Czech parliamentary election, claims victory over traditional politics while riding the wave of anti-establishment rhetoric. When populism wins, it's like the political equivalent of finding a snake in your boot, unexpected, unsettling, and likely to leave a mark.
Ukraine's nightlife features air raid sirens, not club beats, and the world still thinks peace is a playlist option. When your soundtrack is the wail of sirens and not synths, Nightlife becomes a grim reminder of how far the world is from the dance of diplomacy.
Federal Election Commission reduced to 2 break.org. When the referees leave the field, expect the game to get dirty and politicians to claim the rule book was just a suggestion.
Virginia Attorney General candidate apologizes for 2022 texts after depicting political violence. The old sorry I got caught maneuver, because nothing says electable like backpedaling faster than a politician dodging a scandal.
Synth pop, Letter from Afar, drops with nostalgia, and yet B-movies still can't transport us back to a time when letters mattered more than likes. In a world where a big mix is more about algorithms than artistry, nostalgia becomes a fleeting echo in the digital void.
Ex-husband demands ex-wife's blessing to pursue another woman after brutal divorce leaves her reeling. Because nothing screamed closure like your ex asking for a hall pass to his midlife crisis after he already torched the marriage.
MAGA movement hijacks Sydney Sweeney ad controversy, turning a marketing misstep into a political football with all the subtlety of a wrecking ball. When culture wars masquerade as brand discussions, you know the spin doctors have traded their stethoscopes for megaphones.
Redditor shares Carrie Ann George's Lounge 01 track, calls it a chill escape from reality.
Maryland demands Canadian government cash to feed whales, threatens euthanasia instead, and suddenly the term whale of a time takes a dark turn. Apparently, it's either open wallets or closed caskets for these majestic creatures, as their fate hangs on the whim of financial rescue rather than compassion.
Federal Reserve remains outside 3 branches, touts independence. Because who needs accountability when you can have a secret clubhouse with the power to print money and set the world on inflationary fire?
Golden Bachelor Gary Turner gets engaged to new girlfriend 15 months post-divorce because nothing says moving on like a fresh set of diamond rings. In the world of reality TV, love blooms faster than a rose ceremony, proving once again that a contract is just a speed bump on the highway of romance.
Florida student consults ChatGPT for murder advice, lands himself in jail, proving that crime doesn't pay, especially when you ask an AI for help. When your criminal mastermind plan involves asking a chatbot for tips, it's safe to say you've reached a new level of dumb.
Diddy sentenced to 4 years claims it's just a remix. Turns out, even a mogul can't auto-tune his way out of justice. When the beat drops on human trafficking charges.
The Federal Election Commission stalls with only 2 members, which is like trying to tango with one leg tied to a bureaucratic anvil. When democracy's referees are sidelined, the game turns into a free-for-all and campaign cash flows like a broken soda fountain at a lobbyist picnic.
Police confirm singer D4WD is not a murder suspect, but conspiracy theorists still insist he's guilty. In today's episode of Who Needs Evidence, we find that even when you're cleared by the law, some folks would rather believe a plot twist than the truth.
Only 35% of American Jews support Israel's Gaza actions, and the pollsters call it a diplomatic landslide. When your supposed allies start questioning your moves, it's like your own GPS suggesting a detour through a minefield.
Storm Amy claims a life in Ireland, while the UK braces for more chaos, reminding us nature's fury doesn't take days off. Every time the weather gets a name, it seems to come with a vendetta. Storm Amy's just the latest meteorological menace to say, "Hold my beer."
Only 10% of researchers find assessment frameworks useful, yet universities insist they are essential. In the academic Hunger Games, it's publish or perish, and these frameworks are the capital's latest way to keep the districts in line.
Republicans claim Democrats shut down government for illegal immigrants, but facts say otherwise. When reality checks in, some folks are still trying to pay with monopoly money.
Only 30% of soccer fans think skills videos improve their game, yet Instagram influencers claim they're essential. In the digital age, juggling a ball online gets more likes than scoring a goal in real life. Welcome to the Football Fantasy League.
Scientists claim diamonds could make tech 1,000 times faster, but your budget still can't afford them. Turns out, diamonds are a girl's best friend, but they're still ghosting your wallet and leaving your tech on read.
Spain's grid operators lost power for 8 hours, insisting it was a learning opportunity. When the lights go out, the truth shines brightest. Europe's power grid is as stable as a house of cards in a hurricane.
Only 20% of peace talks yield results, and leaders call it progress. Negotiations are like a broken record, stuck, repetitive, and only impressive if you ignore the scratches.
Only 30% of global wealth is expected in the US by 2035, and Wall Street calls it diversification. Looks like the world's wealth is finally getting a passport. The US might have to learn to share its economic pie, whether it likes it or not.
Streaming platforms host millions of tracks daily, yet only 0.001% become viral. Finding unknown artists is like finding a joint in a haystack. Search long enough, and you might just get a hit.
Pellegrini claims Klopp. In the beautiful game's tangled rules, it seems some managers see offside as a state of mind, not a line.
Only 20% of emails get opened, and marketers call it engagement.
In the world of digital rights, opt-in sounds as comforting as a predator saying please before it pounces.
Andrew Tate avoids criminal charges, but now faces a civil trial for allegedly abusing women. In the justice system's bizarre reality show, the civil court is where accusations become episodes, and the audience is left wondering if justice or ratings win.
Treasure hunters find $1 million in coins off Florida coast, but the sea still holds the receipt. Looks like the ocean's layaway plan finally paid off. Just 310 years and one hurricane too late.
SoundCloud glitches out as Shams drops Way I Feel, hip-hop's latest anthem promising $1 million plan without a plan. In the age of digital dreams and buffering nightmares, it seems even ambition's soundtrack can't escape the spinny wheel of doom and doubt.
US Treasury unveils $1 Trump coin design, calls it a celebration of independence. Minting a coin for Trump in the name of independence is like baking a cake for a diet. It's a contradiction wrapped in a shiny distraction.
Half of Teslas fail finish inspections, but they promise to update the software. Apparently, Teslas are only roadworthy on a map, not on an actual road. Elon Musk must have missed that firmware update.
India claims it obliterated Pakistan's Chinese and US-made fighter jets during May clashes, proving that national pride loves a good air show. In the grand theater of military might, the real victor is often the narrative, not the wreckage left in its wake.
UN reports global hunger fell in 2024, but Africa and Western Asia see increases. While the world pats itself on the back, the climate and conflict make sure the poorest still get the short end of the breadstick.
Daniel Day-Lewis defends method acting, dismisses lunatic claims as focusing on trivialities.
Czech parliament election results reveal a colorful district mosaic, but democracy is still a grayscale affair. While the districts paint a vibrant picture, the real art lies in politicians turning promises into performance pieces, often avant-garde in their invisibility.
Japan's ruling party elects Sanae Takaishi as leader, setting her up to become its first female prime minister proving glass ceilings can have conservative cracks. In the land of the rising sun, it seems the dawn of female leadership comes with a side of traditionalist tea.
Isaac Hayes releases Soul Medley, promises a brand new vibe. Hayes' grooves may claim to reinvent you, but it's just another spin cycle in the eternal wash of musical déjà vu.
SoundCloud disables JavaScript, urging users to upgrade as the digital age marches on without them, proving even platforms can be technophobes. In the grand concert of the internet, SoundCloud's Encore is a browser compatibility ballad. Maybe they're just nostalgic for dial-up.
Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio attack each other's achievements, calling them betrayals. In a political tango where success is failure, Cruz and Rubio redefine the art of self-sabotage as a masterclass in spinelessness.
Israel detains Greta Thunberg in bedbug-infested cell. Climate justice with a side of itchy injustice. Nothing screams environmental activism like being held in a room crawling with nature's persistence. Perhaps Israel's trying to teach her resilience through pest control.
FBI Director Kash Patel severs ties with ADL, calling them a political front, while MAGA's War on Woke finds a new dimension. When the FBI accuses someone else of masquerading, it's like a chameleon calling a rainbow too colorful. What's next? A conspiracy against dictionaries.
Harvard's tuition climbs to $75,000, and they call it a bargain. In a twist of academic irony, the only thing more inflated than Ivy League egos is their tuition, proving prestige is just a pricey illusion.
Trump orders National Guard to Chicago, claiming it's for peace, while chaos and irony laugh in the Windy City's face. Deploying the Guard to Chicago is like trying to fix a leaky faucet with a wrecking ball. It's not peace, it's performance art with tanks.
Only 20% of users report increased productivity, and developers call it innovation. Turns out, the only thing these AI tools efficiently automate is our gullibility, as we pay for the privilege of doing nothing better than before.
Russian strike injures 30 at railway station. Zelensky calls it a tragic timetable adjustment. When your morning commute includes dodging missiles, you know the world's off the rails, literally and figuratively.
Poland deploys air defenses against Russia, claiming vigilance, while NATO struts around like a peacock with a missile complex. Poland's airspace is now a no-fly zone for common sense, as defense posturing turns into a high-stakes game of geopolitical hide-and-seek.
After claiming fungi made Earth livable, scientists now suggest we owe our existence to mushrooms. Next time you enjoy a portobello burger, remember you're munching on the unsung heroes of the primordial world who probably deserve a Nobel more than some folks in Stockholm.
U.S. stages half-hearted Gaza peace plan while calling it a diplomatic masterpiece. It's like trying to extinguish a wildfire with a garden hose, all the while claiming you've got a fire truck parked around the corner.
Wall Street celebrates new stock highs while government workers face empty paychecks. Apparently, the stock market thrives on chaos, proving once again that the only thing trickling down is the irony of capitalism's cruel joke on the working class.
Russian strike injures 30 at Ukrainian railway, and the Kremlin calls it strategic precision. When strategic precision means hitting civilians on their morning commute, it's less about accuracy and more about rewriting the rules of war crimes.
UN leaders issue stern warnings, but Gaza's aid remains a whisper in a cacophony of conflict. It's a classic diplomatic dance, lots of talking, little action, and the people who need help the most end up as footnotes in the international community's endless paperwork shuffle.
As really spitting off the edge of the world sing anthems for a planet on fire. With a title like that, it's like they're daring gravity to pull them back. Rock on, eco-warriors.
Indonesian president orders military to guard resources, claims foreign groups are thieves. When your resource policy sounds like a pirate novel, maybe it's time to re-evaluate who's really doing the looting and pillaging.
Czech billionaire eyes parliament win, proving democracy's for sale to the highest bidder. When your political campaign budget equals a small nation's GDP, it seems voters are just another asset to be acquired, like a yacht or a diamond-encrusted watch.
Storage Control failed to stop deepfakes, but they slap on a watermark like a band-aid on a bullet wound. It's like giving a toddler a marker and calling them the security guard at the Louvre. Sure, there's a mark, but the art's still getting stolen.
ACE deports journalist Mario Guevara to El Salvador after 100 days in custody, proving free press is free only in theory. When truth becomes a deportable offense, democracy's passport might be next in line for cancellation. Small businesses turn to lending startups as tariffs spike costs by $2,000 per container, a new twist on the American dream. When vegetables need a loan to cross the border, perhaps it's not just the tariffs that are frozen stiff.
Only 10% of CITATA pipelines. Imagine Fort Knox with a please rob me sign, but hey.
France halts Russia, leaked oil tanker, then waves it on, proving that borders are more like guidelines for liquid assets. When oil flows smoother than international diplomacy, it's a slick reminder that money lubricates the wheels of power.
Scientists recreate wildfire weather system, then act surprised when it behaves like a vengeful god. Mother Nature's got a new mixtape, and it's dropping fire and lightning. Who knew playing with matches could lead to a climate concert from hell?
Trump administration restarts student loan forgiveness just in time for election season desperation. When the education crisis is a political yo-yo, students learn the true cost of their future is a campaign promise away.
FTC, CEO Zillow, and Redfin claims they conspired to squash competition in online rental listings. When real estate giants play Monopoly with our homes, it's not just the board that's rigged. Hope they packed a parachute for this legal cliff dive.
New Android Trojan, Cleopatra hijacks phones, then banks on your ignorance to fund its empire. When malware sounds like a Cleopatra cosplay, it's time to double-check your bank statements. Who knew your phone could moonlight as a Trojan horse?
Evangelical Lutheran Church in America appoints first black presiding bishop, breaking centuries of tradition with a single vote. In a church where old hymns echo louder than change, one bishop's election is a gospel of overdue progress.
When your guest list includes a far-right firebrand, it's less peace talks and more tabloid headlines. Who needs diplomacy when you can have controversy?
Wife secretly spends thousands from savings on MLM schemes, calls it entrepreneurship. In a tale more twisted than a pyramid, she turned their nest egg into the world's most expensive collection of essential oils and false hope.
Paul Arthurs leaves Oasis tour for cancer treatment, just as the reunion finally hit the road. Apparently, even rock legends need a break when life throws lemons, or in this case, a health curveball.
Tech CEOs shovel billions into AI startups, claim it's the future, but forget to mention whose. Like lemmings with gold-lined parachutes, they're all racing to the cliff, ignoring the fact that the only thing inflating faster than this bubble is their egos.
FC Heidenheim defeats Bayer Leverkusen, and the underdogs howl into the quarterfinals.
Visible slashes prices by $300, but your spotty network stays the same. It's like buying a luxury yacht with a hole in the hull. Sure, it looks good docked, but good luck staying afloat when you actually need it.
Reddit users discover Graboy's troglodyte, and the rock scene gets a prehistoric jolt. In a world where autotune reigns, Graboys remind us that sometimes raw power and a dash of dinosaur grit are all you need to shake the cave walls. Rock on, you beautiful Neanderthals.
Trump advisor accuses Bad Bunny of hating America. Plans ICE patrols at California Super Bowl. Because nothing screams land of the free like turning a sports event into a surveillance state. It's almost as if they think deportation is a halftime show.
The White House threatens to fire federal workers, claiming it's a budget-saving measure during the shutdown. Yes, nothing screams fiscal responsibility like axing the folks who keep the lights on while politicians play chicken with the economy.
Kristi Noem criticizes NFL for booking Bad Bunny, claims ICE will ensure fun. Nothing says enjoy the game like a side of immigration enforcement, because nothing complements halftime entertainment like the looming threat of deportation. Who needs nachos when you have national security?
Trump halts over $2 billion for Chicago, blames shutdown standoff. Because nothing screams efficient governance like holding a city hostage for political theatrics. Who knew democracy came with a price tag and a reality TV script?
Border Patrol agents shoot woman in Chicago, calling it a necessary action during immigration protests. Because nothing says protect and serve like escalating tensions by adding bullets to a protest, right? Who needs diplomacy when you've got a trigger finger?
Only 20% of Fish fans experience a coherent thought during a jam, and the band calls it transcendental. Because when your concert feels like a time loop, who needs drugs to reach nirvana? Let's just hope they remember how to end the song.
Panopta's system deploys fake nucleotides against phages, claims ultimate defense. Because nothing says we got this, like bacteria playing James Bond with decoy molecules while the rest of us struggle to keep our houseplants alive. Who knew the microscopic world was so high stakes?
Hamas accepts Trump's plan, leaving Iran's Khamenei scrambling for influence. When your regional chess game gets Trump, it's hard to keep pawns in line. Khamenei's strategy might need more than divine intervention now.
Only 8% of underground fungi networks protected while we fret over surface level nonsense. Turns out, fungi are the unsung heroes holding our ecosystems together. But like that introvert friend, we only notice them when they're gone. Maybe it's time to give these mycelium maestros a little credit and protection before we all find ourselves in a real-life game of the floor is lava.
Russia targets UK military satellites weekly, proving Cold War nostalgia is alive and kicking in orbit.
Kenyan activists abducted after opposition rally, proving some political parties prefer kidnapping over campaigning. In the twisted world of political chess, Uganda just made a move that screams checkmate for democracy. Apparently, the new campaign strategy is to kidnap the opposition.
Dietary cysteine increases intestinal stem cells, but the side effect is a PhD in nutrition science just to understand your breakfast. The wonders of modern science. We've discovered that with the right diet, your intestines can become a bustling metropolis of stem cells, but good luck deciphering the menu when your morning cereal requires a biochemistry degree to digest.
California's Sierra Nevada glaciers face extinction, as if wildfires and droughts were enough of a hint. Mother Nature's giving us the cold shoulder, literally. While we're busy debating plastic straws and carbon credits, the glaciers are quietly packing their bags, leaving us to ponder a future where Ice Age is just a retro movie marathon.
Wayne Rooney claims Premier League quality despite playing in a league where retirement is more common than promotion. Rooney's confidence is like a vintage car trying to keep up with Formula One races. While he dreams of Premier League glory, he's stuck in a pitch where the average speed is more golf cart than Grand Prix.
DC shutdown fails to halt stock market surge, as Wall Street proves it's powered by algorithms, not governance. Turns out markets function just fine without politicians who might as well be replaced by a Roomba with a penchant for insider trading. When the chips are down, follow the money, not the government.